Broadcasting live from the heart of the Windy City, this is Mainframe Comic Con, with live appearances by David Arquette, from John Wick, Lance Reddick, actor and comedian Jeff Garlin, from Lord of the Rings, John Noble. The stars of Netflix's Ozark, Lisa Emery and Jessica Francis Dukes. President of Trauma Entertainment, Mr. Lloyd Kaufman. Star of the upcoming film Dune, David Dastmalchian. From Netflix's Lost in Space, Maxwell Jenkins. Star of Fanboys and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Dan Fogler. A special Mad TV reunion with Mo Collins and Nicole Sullivan. Winona Earp star Tim Rosa. From Ash vs. Evil Dead, Ray Santiago and Dana De Lorenzo. And celebrity hosts Perry Nemiroff, Ken Navsock, and Robert Meyer Burnett. So stay home and nerd out. This is Mainframe Comic Con. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mainframe Comic Con 2.0, or as we like to call it, Mainframe 2 Electric Boogaloo. Over the next 2 days, Lance Reddick saw that and you think he laughed a little bit. Over the next 2 days, guys, we're bringing you over 15 celebrity Q&A panels from the top names in movies, television, comic books, all facets of fandom, streaming right here to your living room all weekend long. Mainframe is a 100% charity telethon. We're raising money for COVID-19 relief via the Direct Relief Charities and the Hero Initiative. So how do you donate to our charities? Go to mainframecomiccon.com, click on the donate button. You'll find them littered throughout the website. Give what you can, $1 here, $5 there. It all goes a very long way for COVID-19 relief. So let's go ahead and kick off Mainframe Comic Con. Very excited to introduce our first guest of the entire telethon. You know him as Irvin Irving in the Amazon series Bosch. He plays the super cool hotel concierge Sharon in the movie franchise John Wick. He's appeared on Rick and Morty, The Blacklist, Lost, Fringe, The Wire, and one of my favorite HBO series of all time, the prison drama Oz. Guys, please help me in welcoming our first guest to Mainframe, the one, the only Mr. Lance Reddick. Lance, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, I am. Yeah. Okay.
How you doing, Lance?
I'm good. Yeah, you see, I'm dressed for the occasion. See, I got my.
You got. Oh, that is all. I was thinking Pink Floyd, and then you lean back a little bit. I mean, that's the coolest shirt I've ever seen. So, God, your career spans decades and decades, and to try to wrap it all up into a 30-minute interview would just be an exercise in futility. First up, what are you doing these days? How's your life treating you during this time of social quarantine and stay at home? Are you binge watching anything? You getting any work done?
I try to get some work done. Trying to work on projects that I'm trying to produce. Watching sometimes too much television. But I'm my wife and I try to be more systematic and focused about it. So we just got into Outcast on HBO. The Outcast on HBO. And so that's what we're watching currently. But, I've also been watching a lot of nostalgia from my youth. So believe it or not, I almost don't want to say this because half the crowd's not going to know what this is. But there was a TV series that was very popular in the 60s when I was a little kid called That Girl. It's very romantic and very dated. So we've been watching a lot of that. And we just want to watch something dumb. And also posting more on social media than I ever have. So that's good or bad, depending on how much you like me.
That's a good thing. Like, social media is going nuts. A lot of people are live streaming. People are connecting, ironically, more now. While we're not hanging out with each other, we're connecting more on social media.
Yeah.
Kind of noticed. So, I mean, God, like I said, we only have about a 30-minute panel. I want to dive into so many of your projects. Really, the two that I want to dive in and talk about are two that were very much in the spotlight lately. Your Amazon original series, Bosch,
Yeah. Okay.
And the upcoming film Godzilla versus Kong. You know, we'll get into
Oh,
that. What's up?
that's gonna be a tough one because I can't really say anything about that.
I kind of figured. You got to
So
try.
yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about Bosch. It
Okay.
is now in its 6th season on Amazon Prime, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, the sixth season just dropped in April.
Yeah, well, I mean, the show, guys, if you haven't watched them, it's an LAPD homicide detective works to solve the murder of a 13-year-old boy while standing trial in federal court for a murder of a serial killer. You play Deputy Chief Irvin Irving.
Yes.
So maybe you could kind of give people a little bit of a backstory on the show and your character that you play on the show.
Well, the show was actually based on a series of novels written by Michael Connelly, and Michael Connelly is actually one of the executive producers, and he always writes a few episodes a year. He also writes a novel a year, so he's also constantly on tour with one of his books. But obviously, the name of the main character is Bosch, and so I think there are 19 Bosch novels, and each season is loosely, and I do mean loosely, based on generally one, maybe two, but generally it's two of the books. And so, how this came about was, back in 2013, I got a call about doing this. I got an offer to do this pilot, and at the time, I was like, I don't want to play more cops. No, so I kind of went ballistic, and then I I went to call my agent, and I saw that there was a voicemail from her. So I saw that there was a voicemail. So for some reason, I decided to listen to the voicemail before I called my agent. And the voicemail actually happened to be from her, and what she said was, "Lance, you're getting an offer. Don't freak out. I need to talk to you about it first." So the other thing was that I didn't realize, for some reason, the first time I looked at the email, I didn't realize that there was a personal note from Eric Overmyer, who is the showrunner, and who helped translate the series from the books onto the screen. And Eric and I know each other from my Wire days. He's well, first of all, Eric's a pretty famous playwright, but he came on as a producer and one of the head writers the 4th season of The Wire. And then he went on to continue to work with David Simon on Treme. So he was a showrunner and one of the creators of Treme as well. So Eric is just somebody that I trust a great deal. And so the other thing that's interesting about it is that as popular as the Bosch books are, I didn't really know anything. I'd never heard of Michael Connelly or the Harry Bosch novels. So after speaking to Eric, I spoke to Michael, and basically what he said was, we need, a really great actor for this role. Would you consider playing this role? And at the time, it was supposed to be a recurring role. So, and I was also in the process of trying to create working on a comedy that I was trying to develop for myself. So I figured, well, I'll do this recurring thing while I'm working on my own show. And then the day that it was announced to the trades, in the following May, I got a call from my agency, and they want to make you series regular first season. So it was a hard decision, but then I decided to do it, and it paid off because it's turned into a really fantastic show. And the character that I play is Chief Irvin Irving, who is well, now he's a chief of police. He's a deputy chief. The first couple of seasons.
I know there's a lot to cover.
Yeah.
I mean, in 6 whole seasons. Can you tell us a little bit about sort of where the show starts in season 1 and sort of where we're at now, without, obviously spoilers, and you can't fill in all the gaps, but from season 1 to season 6, kind of what's been the journey of, say, your character?
Well, my character. Well, I mean, season 1 starts. It's interesting talking about this now because given everything that's happening in the country right now. But the very first scene starts with Bosch shooting a suspect, and it's ironically, and I only say ironically once again just because of everything that's happening. I show up at the scene of the shooting, and I say, Jesus Christ, Bosch, another one?
Oh,
And
God.
that's a cold open. Do you know what I mean? So he's shot suspects before. So the first season, in addition to dealing with the main storyline, which is a serial killer, and my character, it's really kind of establishing what the relationship with my character and Bosch is, which is he's a hardcore street detective, and I'm a hardcore company man. And so we, I hate to be highfalutin, but it's kind of that Achilles Agamemnon kind of thing. And so, and you see that all throughout the series. And now in the second season, there's once again, this is tricky because I don't want to give too much of spoilers for people who haven't seen it yet. But basically, but it happens fairly quickly. There's one of my loved ones gets killed, and I decide to ask Bosch for help, and so our relationship changes dramatically in the second season, and then it becomes much more of a different kind of dance for the rest of the series.
Yeah. What's been your experience kind of working with Amazon versus, say, HBO, where you worked with The Wire and Oz? I mean, what's the general vibe working on over at Amazon versus a cable network?
I honestly, I didn't see much difference. I mean, I didn't really, because it's very interesting because I did see the difference when I moved from HBO to Fox, moving from cable to a network series. Fringe, yeah. So, but working on Amazon, I mean, it's not that different from working for HBO. I mean, they kind of let you do your show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Artistically, I feel like they give you a lot more leeway and they leave you alone more.
Okay. Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, just a reminder to viewers, guys, Amazon Prime Video, Bosch, highly implore you guys to check it out. Going into season 7, season 6 is already up.
Yeah, season 6 is up. So, I mean, once we're able to start shooting again, yeah, season 7. I mean, we were originally we were supposed to start shooting in August, and I just don't know yet if we're going to be back to the industry's going to be back to shooting.
Cool. Well, guys, definitely check it out. And just a reminder to everybody watching this interview and the entire Mainframe broadcast from home, you can leave comments and questions for Mr. Reddick. We're going to be answering your live questions probably about the last 10 minutes or so. So leave them in the comment section. We'll try our very damnedest to get him on the screen. You said earlier you can't say anything about Godzilla versus Kong. I completely understand. But let me just ask you a very vague, just the vaguest of questions.
Okay. I hope I can answer.
Is the world ready for this clash of titans that's been building up? Like obviously know a little bit about the movie because you're in the movie.
Yes.
Is the world ready for this massive thing? Is it how huge are we talking about, Lance?
Well, it's funny because I actually haven't seen the film yet, so I've only seen like a few clips of the film when I went in to do my ADR. So, but I mean, I guess the short answer is yeah. I mean, I think it's good. I mean, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I mean, if the planets align and the world goes back to some sense of normalcy, the movie is currently slated, I believe, for November. Where do you think Godzilla Kong's going to live in the pantheon of great holiday films? Is it up there with Die Hard and Home Alone and Godzilla vs. Kong?
Well, I mean, you just picked. I mean, come on, you picked 2 legendary holiday films. I mean, I don't know about that. So I'm gonna keep myself safe and say I don't know. But I especially given that I haven't seen it yet. But I will say that it's going to be an extraordinarily exciting and suspenseful. I don't want to say scary, but maybe some places suspenseful ride.
Cool.
And I'm really excited, especially given how the technology has advanced over the last 20 years. I mean, it ain't the 50s King Kong versus Godzilla.
Without a doubt. Well, I see a comment section that popped up on the screen. It's about Oz. Perfect segue to my next question, guys. I want to roll the clock back just a little bit and discuss what is one of my fan favorite projects you've ever worked on. The role as Desmond Mobay in the HBO prison series Oz. People don't realize, you and I talked a little bit about this off camera, just how the enormous importance of a series like Oz. I mean, Oz paved the way for what HBO is today. This was before The Sopranos, before Game of Thrones. Yep. I mean, back then, like you and I were discussing, HBO was a place to watch boxing and stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
And now it's a major blockbuster network. And you really can't understate the importance of Oz and kind of paving the way for that.
I mean, because clearly HBO changed television. And Oz put HBO on the map as its first really successful dramatic series. And it was also the first time you'd seen a hardcore, gritty, R-rated television series.
Yeah.
And also, in terms of ethnicity, it was just so what's the word I'm looking for?
Diverse?
Thank you.
Full frontal?
No. Well, there was some of that too, but diverse was the word I was looking for.
I want to jump back to the question I just saw that Harry, we'll get back to your question, but I believe it was BA in the house asked a question about the set for Emerald City.
Oh yeah.
Can you kind of describe working on that style of set versus, because I mean, was it really just one big set you guys were working on? Did they build an city?
It was one big set, and the where the cells were in Emerald City, kind of you could walk around, and then it was first of all, it was all on one floor on a building. I can't remember which building it was, but down in the Chelsea district of Manhattan, around 14th Street and 9th, 10th, 11th Avenue, and it was there for the first 6 seasons. Yeah. And I don't know for the first 5 seasons. I don't know the people who watched the show, but I believe there was an explosion, and at the end of season 5 is a cliffhanger.
Yep.
And I found out later that the explosion happened because they lost the lease and they couldn't renegotiate, so they had to move. So explain.
That's the coolest thing I've heard on Mainframe.
Yeah, so to explain that, Tom just created an explosion, and they had to change buildings.
That's hilarious. Well, guys, any of you guys watching, if you younger people who haven't watched Oz, it's a great thing to binge watch if you're stuck at home right now.
And also, the other thing I just want to say is, I mean, who'd ever thought that, at least at that time, that an R-rated soap opera set in a prison, a men's prison, would be a huge hit? I mean, who?
Yeah.
Well, it was what it is.
If nothing else, it was a wonderful scared straight thing for anybody who might be walking on the wrong side of the road in their lives, because nobody wants to go to Oz. That was a scary place.
No.
Well, we definitely want to get to some of the viewer questions. Harry Hurley asks, Lance, will you be doing any more voice acting for video games like you did in Destiny 2 for the character Zavala?
Well, as some of you may be aware, I posted on social media, I just finished doing some stuff on Destiny. So for the next iteration of Destiny, there's, I think it's okay for me to say, oh shoot, I don't know if it's okay for me to say. Shoot.
Uh-oh. You can say it.
Okay. There's a possibility, once again, I should know this, that there's a second iteration of Horizon Zero 2 coming. And then I may be doing this third one I actually can't talk about. Yeah. So that's a long way of saying yes.
Okay, well, there you go, Harry. Chris, we're going to get to your question in just a second, but before we run out of time, we can't not talk about John Wick. John Wick 3, man, you got to kick some serious butt. Your character, Sharon, got to come out from behind the desk and rock the shotgun. What was it like shooting that scene in John Wick 3?
Well, actually, it's funny because training for this scene was more fun than shooting it, only because it was just one of those things where what could go wrong did go wrong. So, first of all of my action stuff in terms of location was tied to Keanu's action stuff. So they would shoot his stuff first because his stuff is so much more involved. So, I would sit around for 8 hours and then we're not going to get you to today. Then I'd sit around the next day for 8 hours and then, I come in and shoot my stuff with the time we had left. And so in that particular sequence, it was actually originally supposed to be twice as long as it ended up being in the film, but we ran out of time, and then we were going to get back to it, and then we never did. And the other thing was, because there was so much of me like putting my shotgun in guys' chests and shooting them, they were using a plugged shotgun. The problem is that when you use a plugged shotgun like that, it tends to misfire a lot. So after like a couple of times through, it was just constantly misfiring. So reached the point where I was having to shoot it and kind of act the kick, and then they had to put, and even the shells ejecting, they had to like put that stuff in post.
Okay, well, we'll fix it later.
So quite frankly, because Chad is such a, I hate using this term, but it's true, because Chad is just such a freaking genius, the director. And we have our editor was absolutely brilliant. I mean, he's one of those guys where I just hope I get when I'm producing my own films, that I can get him on every film. But so between Chad's direction and the editing, it still came out great.
It really did. One other thing, I mean, well, Joshua, I hope that answers your question. I see your comment on the screen there. I hope that answers your question. Last year, reports came out about a spinoff series, The Continental. Put this in the category of things you probably can't talk much about. But is The Continental, anything you can tell us about the Continental series? Has any production begun?
That's easy for that I don't have a problem talking about because I don't know anything.
Oh, darn it. Well, it was announced last year that like it was a go. Has any pre-production?
Well, actually, I didn't. Well, let me put it this way.
Let me have it.
So I can't actually tell you about anything that's going to kind of what the content will be. I'm not even 100% sure how much I'm going to be in it because I haven't actually been approached officially. But here's the funny thing about it. So when we were shooting John Wick 3, my wife was visiting set one night, and she overheard a couple of background actors talking about this series, The Continental. And one was saying, "Well, I've got a great recurring role on the new series, The Continental, and Lance Reddick's going to be in it." So my wife comes up to me and she says, "Lance,
hey, do you know you're going to be in it?"
I'm like, it's a couple of background just trying to bullshit each other. But there was part of me that was like, well, let me go talk. He just asked Chad. So I walked up to Chad because I wasn't in the sequence that they were shooting in that moment. So I walked up to him and while they were doing a new setup, I said, Chad, I know this is probably bullshit, but my wife heard a couple of background talking about that there's a series going to be based on the Continental, and I'm supposed to be in it. Is there any truth to that? He says, well, yeah, I mean, there was a bidding war and Stars bought it. And so, we're still trying to figure it out. But once everything was set, we were going to come to you. I was like, oh, okay. So, but then we shot John Wick 3 2 years ago. So, all I've ever heard since then have been rumors until I saw an announcement with an interview with Chad I think it was Deadline, or it was either Deadline or The Wrap, maybe a month and a half ago, and it mentioned me briefly that they were going to possibly have me and Ian's character in. So,
I mean, how do you do the Continental without Sharon? I mean, it's like doing an indoor movie without Ewoks.
Well, no, yeah, but here's the thing, because I don't know. They were talking about doing a kind of a prequel, so kind of the Continental. This is just one of the ideas that I've heard floating. Maybe the Continental each season in different decades or something like that. So I don't know.
We got another question in the comment section from Junk Box writes, what's been your favorite project you've worked on?
Oh man, that's tough. I mean, I've been really lucky. I've had some stuff I really love.
You got a ton. Your IMDb is like crazy.
But it's not even so much that I've worked on a lot of stuff, but I've been really fortunate. I've worked on really cool stuff. Like, John Wick, The Wire, Bosch. I never thought that would turn into what it's turned into. I absolutely adore working on corporate. That's been one of my favorite experiences in my entire career, from soup to nuts. So from top to bottom, the writing, the directing, the cast. It's just a big family, and it's so well done. In my opinion, still in terms of the industry, so underappreciated. We just finished shooting our third season. It's a wonderful comedy on Comedy Central that's about living in corporate America. It's very political.
So where are we at on John Wick 4? Let's say, have we begun production on John Wick 4?
Not production. I heard it's so funny because I was back in January, in the beginning of February, I was shooting a film in New Orleans, and the stunt coordinator was actually he works with Chad Stahelski, and he said Chad says to say hi, and I said he also said Chad's writing it. He's writing John Wick 4 right now. I'm thinking, oh, okay, good. So I have a feeling that they were probably going to try to shoot it this year, this summer, but that's probably I don't see that happening. So it'll probably be shot next summer, and then it'll probably come out in 2022, because I think I already saw something in the trades that said the release date's been pushed to 2022 now.
Well, I definitely want to talk a little bit about The Wire. This just so happened to come in the comment section from Gore Vidal. It says, Mr. Reddick, your work on The Wire was brilliant. Daniels was my favorite character in the series. He was what was this? It's so far for me to read.
The
He was a moral
of the
compass
series.
of this series. You
Yeah.
want to talk about The Wire a little bit? Because honestly, I mean, that's a show that to this day is getting a new fan base. Everybody talks about it. It's constantly getting new fans. Talk a little bit about your experience on The Wire.
The Wire was wow. I don't even know where to start with The Wire, because that changed my career, but it also it was one of the most fulfilling and at the same time frustrating experiences I've ever had. Because, and also, we had no idea that it was going to turn into the cultural phenomenon that it turned into in the 10 years after, over the next 10 years after it was over. So it's one of those things where, first of all, when I read the pilot, it's the only pilot script I've ever read in my entire career that I thought, when I read this pilot, I was like, I have to be in the show. This reads like the first chapter of a novel. This is the best pilot I've ever read. And I didn't even know what character I wanted to be, because there were so many characters. The only character that was clearly prominent was McNulty. So, and then when I auditioned for the show, originally they brought me for Buck, and I read for Buck 3 times. And then I read for Bubbles, and I was second choice for Bubbles. And then they brought me in they finally agreed to see me for Daniels, because they actually didn't want to see me for Daniels at first, because they were looking for big names for that role. Mm-hmm. So, so then I read for Daniels, and then I ended up getting it. And then it was one of those things where it was just we came in just as HBO was completely changing the face of television. So, you know, our first season, we were the lead into The Sopranos for their second season. And you know, over the course of the show, it just got as phenomenal as it was. It just kept getting better and better and better. And it felt like, in terms of kind of our industry recognition, we kept getting ignored more and more and more. Like, we almost got canceled twice. And then as we were wrapping up the last season, suddenly everybody in Hollywood was talking about it. I mean, I remember I was on a call with Amy Ryan about something else, and she was actually in the middle of doing. She was actually in the middle. Oh, I know what it was, because I had just been cast in Fringe, and I was about to start shooting the pilot. So this is around February. This is around January of 2008, and Amy was in the middle of doing press because she had just been nominated for an Oscar for her role in Gone Baby Gone. And she said, you know, Lance, I got to tell you, I'm doing all these meetings in Hollywood for the Oscars, and people don't want to talk to me about the movie. They want to ask me what it was like to work on The Wire. So,
and that popularity lives on to this day. I mean, it's getting a new fan base. Nate, I am going to get to your question, but my wife would kill me if I didn't just ask a couple of things about Fringe, only because we actually named our cat Walter Bishop. We are such huge fan. We actually have John Noble. He's on tomorrow at the same time. So
love me some John Noble. Love me some John Noble.
Oh yeah, so do I.
He's a great guy, great actor.
Ever any chance, well, maybe not of a series reboot, but do you guys keep in touch with the original cast? Any chance of ever getting together at fan conventions or anything like that?
I mean, it's funny because I was shooting a movie, I think 3 years ago. It was actually a film that I did with Tessa Thompson, and in Austin, and John was living there at the time. He had just moved there because his daughter was there, and he wanted to spend more time with his daughter and his grandkids. So we went out to dinner, and that was great. And I've seen Anna maybe once in the last 5 years. After she moved back to the States, we actually went to a housewarming party at her house. But the only person that I keep in touch with any regularity is Jessica Nicole Pruitt. And she's actually become one of my best friends. She and her wife, they're very close friends of ours.
It's awesome. Well, guys, if you haven't watched Fringe, I'm sure you can find it somewhere on the Fox Go or something and check it out, because it's one of the best and beloved fan favorite shows, right up there, you know, with the X-Files. Nate, I'm going to close out with your question, man. He writes, Horizon Zero Dawn has such a huge scale and is ambitious as hell. Can you talk about it at all?
Oh my gosh.
So many things you can't talk about.
No. It's not that. I'm just extraordinarily embarrassed because I haven't played the game.
Oh.
And especially a game that's so it's not my, as a player, it's not my type of game, because it takes I hate to say this, it takes so much kind of intellectual patience And my attention span just isn't that long.
Well, there you go, Nate. That answers your question. Lance, we can't thank you enough for coming here on Mainframe Comic Con, taking some time out of your day, and giving us all the details, man. Thanks a lot for being here.
Oh, it's my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, guys, check out Bosch on Amazon Prime Video, seasons 1 through 6, guys. We got so much more Mainframe coming to you. This is just the start. We're just cracking the surface. So we're going to be, right after this commercial break, we are going to be joined by Perry Nemiroff and the cast from Ash vs. Evil Dead. So stick around for that in just about 2 minutes. See you here in a little bit. Thanks, Lance. Chicago Comics is the premier comic and collectible shop located in the heart of the Windy City. Founded in 1991, Chicago Comics brings a large and comprehensive comic book selection to collectors of all ages. Chicago Comics specializes in small press and hard-to-find indie comic titles and carries almost all available superhero titles and tons of merchandise. Toys and statues, clothing, and collectibles, Chicago Comics has everything you were looking for and a whole lot more. Whether you're a hardcore collector, casual fan, or weekly reader, you'll find what you're looking for at Chicago Comics. Open 7 days a week, stop by Chicago Comics, 3244 North Clark Street, in the heart of Chicago's Lakeview neighborhood. Or check them out online at chicagocomics.com. Available now from Cold War, Fight Your Friends, the fun and fast card dueling game featuring incredible characters from your favorite indie comics. From a huge cast of characters, choose a crew of 10 fighters and rumble with your buddy across 4 action-packed rounds of magic, muscle, and mayhem. Fight Your Friends. All you need is 10 cards, 10 minutes, and 1 friend.
Hey everybody, my name is Ryan McClellan from Yesterday's Entertainment Tomorrow, and I hope you are enjoying the fun and excitement of Mainframe Comic Con, a truly one-of-a-kind Comic-Con experience. In between all the celebrity interviews, you can check out how to donate to the American Red Cross and Hero Initiative. And also check out my channel for all the latest and greatest entertainment news. Celebrity interviews like Intellivision CEO Tommy Tallarico.
Grandma ain't going to be playing Night Stalker. I can tell you this right now.
The cast of Clerks.
You guys disgust me.
And the hottest journalists like Drunkle Vader.
3 glorious hours of previews for movies I have no interest in seeing.
We look forward to you subscribing the channel. And now back to Mainframe Comic Con.
All right, thanks a lot, Ryan. We're going to go ahead and get right into our next guest. Helping us to introduce our next guest, you know her from Collider Movie Talk, Perry Nemiroff. How's it going, Perry?
Hello. It's so good to see you, Chuck. Thanks for having me back.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks for being here. I know you're dying to talk to these next two guests. Perry,
A little bit.
Little side note for the people who are about to enter into the video. Perry was so excited to do this one. Of all the panels, she said, this is the one that I want to do. So I said, Perry, it's all yours. So I'm going to give it to you. Take it away. Have fun.
So I'm not just saying this because I'm here and I'm about to talk about 2 of the stars on the show. Really, Ash vs. Evil Dead, when I look back on my career, is hands down one of the most, I don't know, just like influential, exciting, the show that I am most, one of the shows that I'm most appreciative to have covered so much. It was such a big deal to me. And part of the reason why that was the case is because the cast and crew behind the show was just such a delight to talk to time and time again. And of course, that group includes Dana DiLorenzo and Ray Santiago, who I can't wait to see right now. I can't wait to get into this conversation. Guys, how are you doing? Let's please welcome Ray and Dana to the chat. Look at that setup.
Hi, guys.
Oh my God.
Morning.
I love it so much, Ray.
Oh, wait. Am I froze? Can you hear me?
We can't see you.
We can't see you, Dana.
You know?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh,
Your
well,
posters,
you know
Ray,
what?
are
I've
killer
never
right
looked
now.
better. Never looked better. Hold on. Wait. See, technology hates me. Okay, I'll just say, you know what? I think this is the best way to do it. It's like I'm the evil force, and I'll just be the evil commenter. Ray, hold on. Should I okay, technical difficulties. What should we do here?
Get there.
Hold on. I'm gonna redo all this and see what's, oh, wait.
What should I do?
Log off and log back in. Guys, I'll see you. You have a good interview, Ray. I'll see you in a second.
See you in a
We'll be here. We'll be here.
Thank you,
All
Jack.
right. All right.
Hi.
What's up, Ray? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Long time no speak. Right now, like, what are you up to? How are you keeping busy? How are you staying positive? What are you doing to fill the days?
A lot of working out. I created a little like home studio here, so I've been just doing a lot of working out, a lot of running and reading, and just like refocusing. Hi.
Hi. Oh my! I love this reunion right now.
This is
Ray. This is
so
Ray.
happy.
I haven't seen. Hi, Perry. I miss you. And Ray, I haven't seen you for like since New Zealand.
Yeah.
This is a big deal.
Crazy.
I love this. Look at you with your poster. Look at that.
I'm very impressed by the lighting in Ray's room right now too.
I know. It's like that's a dance party.
Oh yeah, you should have seen. This lighting's from my bedroom for sexy time, but I brought it in here because I thought maybe we should just look a little sexy. Look a little sexy.
I mean, we should do it. We should do it. Oh my God, your mustache is gone. I'm just seeing that.
Mustache is gone.
I almost swore. Perry,
Yeah.
are you as blown away as I am?
I was very surprised when I first saw him. I'm so used to that. And obviously I was rewatching some of the show last night too. So I was just all in that headspace. And now it's so different. Rocking the though.
Yeah, Ray, I think I honestly just have like the Ray filter. I think I just in my mind drew it in your face. And then I was like, wait a minute. You look great. Hi, guys.
I feel like every social media app out there does need a Ray on Ash versus Evil Dead filter. So it automatically gives you that look.
But only if it gives you Dana's voice.
Totally down for that.
Done.
I wanted to go back to the very beginning with you guys on this one. In particular, I want to know, do you remember what you had to do to audition for these roles? Because Ash versus Evil Dead is such a wild show, comedy-wise, blood-wise, special effects-wise. So I can't quite wrap my brain around how they managed to condense what's required of you for these roles into an audition space.
You want to go, Ray?
Yeah. I mean, in the beginning, I think it was just kind of weeding out the people that they really were interested in, and then they just like put me in a room with Bruce and Sam, and they kind of poked at me for a really long time. They just kind of made me do weird things, and I took my shirt off, and they had me like do these weird like little stunts with Bruce, and Sam like did this 360 shot with like his camera. But they just sort of talked to us, and they were like, "Look, you're gonna be tortured. Are you down?" And I was like, "I'm down. I'm ready." Yeah. What about you, Dana?
Yeah, with mine, for the very first audition, which is just, for people who don't know, it's you and a casting director and a camera. And there was the two scenes that I had as for the audition actually were in the show in the end. It was the scene in the very first scene with Kelly in the value stop. And then there was a scene with Pablo, whose name was what? Paco or something at the time.
Paco.
And then, yes. And then there was this third scene to try and incorporate exactly what you're talking about. That was very much like the first two scenes were more like a little bit of drama, a little bit of comedy. And then the third scene was like this fake scene that was Pablo and Ash. And when Kelly sort of, and it was never in the show, but she comes in after watching them kill all these, people, and she doesn't understand that they were possessed, because she gets dragged into this. And I'm supposed to start like, oh my God, you just killed all these people, blah, blah, blah. And then Pablo, in this scene, whacks Kelly with a frying pan to knock her out. And then Ash had the, button at the end. And so in my audition, I wasn't planning on it, but in the moment I just pratfall, like, how do you, because that's how the scene ended, but there's no other person doing the scene with you, So I just just threw myself like, you know, as I got hit, because I hit myself in the face with a frying pan often. And that's, and the casting director, the next time she's like, by the way, they love that. Will you just keep doing that? And like, the thing is when you're throwing yourself down on a concrete floor and you have no idea what you're doing, I had some good bruises from it, but I feel like that's exactly like how Ray was saying. And then when you do it, and when we did it with Sam and with Bruce, you know, it was more of the same thing. And then exactly what Ray said, Sam asked me, it's on tape somewhere, where he's like, are you going to be, if you get this, you know, Kelly is going to be possessed. Are you okay with that? And it was a dream of mine. So I immediately was like, yes, like I was a little bit too excited. And I think that helped, or I don't know.
I think it has to in this situation. It seems like even just in the audition time, you guys were game to do anything. But in season 1 in particular, was there any moment where you were kind of standing there on set and thinking to yourself, like, what did I just get myself into? Maybe they're pushing this too far for me.
Every day. Ray and I, Ray, I mean, I was just thinking of, because I haven't thought about this in a minute. It's been a while since we've actually, you know, even had to do one of these. And Ray, I was just thinking of like, you know, the shotgun scene day and your hair on electrocution day with the smoke in your hair. And then
I was thinking about the connecting. We had to, there was like this thing.
Let's do it.
This hand that came out of like her mouth and like grabs me by the neck, and the only way to do it was without like anything there, so it was just the both of us like looking into each other's eyes and going like, me getting choked and her mouth open,
and we were going because it had to like grab his face, if you remember. So I was like things coming out of my mouth,
but it looked great.
Right, it looked great in the end. But Ray, the way we were actually filming it, right? Do you remember we were like, and we're like, what the hell are we doing?
I mean, I had a day where I had like, you know, these the Ruby's babies come out of my mouth in a dungeon, you know, like all tied up with no face, and you know, so I didn't really realize that was just the beginning of like them torturing me, but it was fun.
Yeah, like I think it was the first time you do it, like, you know, when I actually thought they were feeding me, or they'd use real leeches, and I thought the brujo, I thought they didn't switch out the bowl, and then my fake teeth kept popping out, and there was like always crazy stuff. But I think Ray and I would have these moments, especially if we were shooting stuff separately, where we would come together, and it was just really nice to have somebody that was in the same exact boat, that we were like, this is awesome, but let's do our thing. Let's do our thing, right? We have, Kelly and Pablo have 2 expressions that were in every script, and this is what we would go up to each other and say. Wait, how's it?
I'm blanking right now. It's how's it? Wait, how you holding up?
And I'd go, what is happening? Because they would always say that to each other. Conveniently, those worked even today in real life. How you holding up? What is happening?
I feel
that's
like
what I texted her when I
how they're
realized.
holding up. Expect them to say that line back, and it's not going to happen.
Wait, Ray, what?
That's what I texted Dana a couple weeks ago. I was like, how you holding up? And she was like,
and I go, what is happening?
I should have started the panel that way. This is a very clearly one-of-a-kind, unique show, but is there anything you learned during the process of making this that has surprisingly come in handy on the future projects that you guys wound up doing?
How to hit your mark?
I
I think I'm still working on it.
I mean, yeah, me too. I feel like, I've learned what has come in handy. You know, I feel like not hitting other people on when you're doing a stunt, and it came in handy, because I'll tell you, all it takes is one time to accidentally hit Lucy Lawless in the face with the broom, and you learn real quick to be like, okay, I'm not going to get that into it when I'm shooting a scene. You really have to, like, because, you know, it's easy to like just, you've done all the work and you're like, ah! And I will never forget, I almost broke Lucy Flawless's face. Like, Lucy Flawless. And that's what she is. I wept. I cried. And she was like, I'm fine. I'm like, ah. So I feel like that's a good
I think
thing.
anyone would have had that reaction to almost smacking her in the face with a broom.
Yeah.
What would you guys say is the set piece that took you the longest to nail? Did any of them make you think, like, I can't believe we're still here filming this right now?
Yeah. I mean, for me, it was really, I still just go back to, just because it was the first time. And it turns out to be one of the greatest scenes. I think that's another thing I've learned, actually, I'll add. The things that are the hardest are always the most rewarding in the end and look the coolest. But right, I just keep going back to that shotgun scene because we went back to that. Oh, that was
right.
Because there
every season there was sort of like that one scene that we had to keep going back to, and it was kind of tough because you would, move on to another episode, and then they would say, "Hey, we got to go back." And so, I mean, I was covered in tattoos for a very, very long time, and I think that the scene where Pablo was cut in half, everybody was gone, and there would just be days where I was there somehow, some way with like the doubles and the stuntman, and there I was, still in my deathbed, waiting to be sliced in half. But again, when it goes away and the job ends, you suddenly just like, you go back and you're like, oh, what I would do to hear the knock on the trailer right now when they're coming to get you.
Yes. Yes, I'm with you. I'm like, what I wouldn't do to have hypothermia, being covered in blood with an industrial fan and wind and leaves and like getting electrocuted and all the things that breaking a rib, and like you miss it. But especially with something like this, I feel like, that was such an experience, and it wasn't, a massive cast, and I miss our little unit. I miss our little dysfunctional family. And I do miss Ray, and his every day he would do something so funny, or like just try it. Like every day he was coming out of his trailer with something new. Every time it was a thing. Then like the dummies, or the the Shemp, the Deadite dummies. It was an entertainment. It was a show within a show.
It's a show that's part of one of the most iconic horror franchises of all time, and the benefit of that is it will never go away. Like, you guys are doing these conventions forever and ever and ever. And also, this show has such a hardcore, dedicated fan base. So I do have a semi-serious question for you guys now. What do you think could have changed the fate of the show? Because it obviously wasn't a quality issue. The show every single season would amaze me with how it raised the bar higher and higher and higher. So what do you think it was that needed to change in order to make sure this great material found a bigger audience?
Well, that's exactly it. I'm going to jump right on that. I love the home that we had on Stars, but it was so limited in its viewership. If you didn't want to subscribe to the network, then we could have had a bigger audience were we on a platform like even Hulu or Amazon or Netflix. But because we were on this like cable subscription, it really limited the audience, because as the show got onto Netflix, we started to see that people were still watching like season 1 through 3 and like really into it. So it was kind of sad because we did this greatness, and it didn't get the praise that it should have gotten. And personally, I was really looking forward to seeing where things were going to go with the show, just because we had set up so many relationships. It was just all there to play with. So,
Well, I say never, because the way things are going, I've been reading all these very terrifying things about, our industry and just, with productions and things are just being shelved and whatnot. So I honestly feel like, never say never. There have been, shows where they're canceled, but then they get picked up by another network. So I know Bruce has said he's in retirement, but I feel like Ray and I could convince him. Don't you, Ray?
Yeah, totally.
I feel like we could convince him to come back.
I think enough time has passed by.
Yeah,
he just needs a
exactly.
good couple of, like 1 or 2 years of just like chilling in the woods and not having the broomstick in his hand, and then like he starts to crave it, and it'll come back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would believe it. I just saw a chat pop up. I believe her name was Cindy, but she had put Shudder in her comment, and that sounds like a great home for something like this, especially with all the original productions that Shudder is getting off the ground right now. It's a great place to go stream some horror content if someone out there isn't already subscribed. Do you guys know what would have been in store for your characters if the show did venture into this Mad Max-ish world?
No, I don't.
I mean, there was one day where Rob came out of a meeting and he was like, we were just discussing ideas for season 4, and your name came up, and we were thinking of putting you in a glass jar, and it would just be your head. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. By the way, I happen to like you guys. I love you guys, but nobody told me what was happening on the top of my head. Like, you know, when you like see
on the top of your head?
I looked at a photo from like being at like the first ComicCon, or like any of the photos from the entire show. That flat top, like, it's like, you know, when you look at your high school photo, your prom photo, and you're like, what was I thinking? Dude, it was too much. It was Marge Simpson.
Tell you, I mean, Ray, I sat next to you in a makeup chair. That was your 45 minutes in the chair, was your hair. I mean, Ray, like, it was a band name, and then if one curl was out of place, it was like a singer. I mean, and like, you were really into it, and it worked. I feel like it was
I know. Oh, I know. I mean, and it was great. I just like had a moment where I saw photos and I was like, whoa, like, it was really big. And I remember one day in New Zealand, I was out at a bar and I was in line for the bathroom, and somebody just turned to me and said, get a haircut. And I was just like, what? Why? And so yeah, I'm really bummed that like at the start of the quarantine, I didn't just take the you know, take it all off.
Like Uncle Bruce did. Bruce Campbell did.
Yeah, and Bruce.
But yeah, well, at least we now know if there is a season 4, that's already a storyline for Pablo. He has shaved off his mustache. He has cut his hair.
Good luck.
By the way, that's the shorter version. Like, you had it. Yeah. It was like really, I actually was jealous. All I wanted was bigger hair. I kept trying to get it like as big as that. We had the hair. It's great.
They are both iconic looks, though, because I feel like that's the important thing with this franchise too. You've had people for decades dressing up as Ash, and your looks in this show calls for the exact same thing. So you gotta embrace that look.
Yeah,
for sure.
Dana, your wardrobe on the show was pitch perfect too. Did you get to keep anything now that it's all wrapped up?
I did, but I found out, because I will say, Barbara, I miss our wardrobe department. We were so close with those awesome ladies, and so much work goes into all, like, not just our show, but every show. Honestly, I wrote a whole article about it for iHorror. I called It Takes a Village to Raise a Strong Female Character. And there's so many unsung heroes that I'm concerned with now, because like everybody's out of work, you know. But with Barbara, from the start, we were just on the same page, and she was so collaborative about like Kelly's rock and roll vibe, and she would literally cut the t-shirts on me as if, because we had come up with like that Kelly, just, you know, she's makes her own, she's quick with thinking on her feet and turning anything into a weapon. Well, she just cuts her clothes and makes her own stuff. So all of those purple leather jackets, I mean, they were custom made. People were like hand dyeing them, and so much work went into it. But here's the funny thing. So when we found out we were not going to probably be coming back or whatever, there was all of those clothes. Because like Ray and I, and especially like, well, Bruce's is easy because he has the same look. So one day I got to see, it was a rack of 100 blue shirts, followed by another rack of 100 of those khaki pants. But Ray and I got to have our hero outfits. Like he was always in some form of green, right, Ray? And I was always in purple. And so but also I'm very I'm very nostalgic. So here's what I found out. They auctioned off, actually, I think it was you, Ray, who told me when the show got canceled, they auctioned off like the stuff that they still had.
Yeah.
And I met someone at a convention who was doing a Kelly cosplay, who she's like, I have your pants, I'm wearing your shirt, and I'm wearing a jacket. And I'm like, because there were multiples, right? No, I thought I had the number one, which is your main, the one that really you just wear. And then there's like, no, I have this stunt, Kelly. I have this stunt. I think it's so funny that people out there have the actual number one. I'm like, I laugh about it. It makes me happy. It makes me happy. But it is funny to
know that happened. Otherwise, I would own some piece of that show. And I already have too many props as it is.
Oh, I think it's still out there. I think they're still out there. But look, watch out for knockoffs, because there's knockoffs of me, of Pablo and Kelly stuff everywhere.
You got to
You'll
make
know
sure
because they sign the tag.
They
sign they'll say our names in the tag. You can look it up.
You know I'm going to Google this after. A very broad question for you, but an important one to ask for this particular show. What was your absolute favorite set piece, blood gore scene from start to finish?
Favorite to film or favorite to watch?
I will let you go one way or the other with it.
Oh, man.
It's not an easy one to answer because there's so many.
Okay, I'll say this. Favorite set that they created, other than, the Airstream was phenomenal, but like the set piece was season 2 when they did the bar, like where it was, Lucy and Lee Majors. I just like the details that were in that. It was just like, we were shooting in Michigan, in New Zealand, and it looked like Michigan. I would say, the favorite, I just got to go with the season 2 opener, only because there was so much blood. There were like 1,000 gallons of blood. And Ray, I was looking this up because I'm like, I remember I had, I've told the story before. I asked how much blood I was getting on me just for ripping the barman's arms off, and it was 26 gallons just on me. But I forgot about this, right? When it was Yumi and Bruce, like it was a different shoot day, but still in the same thing. Doesn't matter. We each had to stand on, they put like a little tarp, and they had to individually blast us with the blood cannon. Mm-hmm. And for you and I, which we were covered, and we have a photo of like high-fiving, but we didn't, because of course, Perry, as we've probably talked about with you, there's never enough blood. They never say, no, that's good, that's enough, ever. They're always like, more blood, more blood. We're like, there's maybe the white of your eye is not covered. So I looked this up, Ray. They did not think we had enough. And so they took buckets and just dumped them, not over Bruce's, but just yours and my head. And like his hair did kind of still set it, like still
stayed a little bit, but
it was like an ice cream cone that you dip and then like it just went around the sides. It was a thing of beauty. It was a thing. So that was I would just have to say that whole experience in that bar scene and all of it, that's my fave. What about you, Ray?
So I would say that for me, at the time, I think I always used to vocalize how much I hated this, like this part, but like we were in that Delta for like a good portion of the show. And, like never in my life had I worked on a show before where I spent so much time in a car. So now when I watch stuff, I'm always like, that rear projection sucks, number one. And number two, like they're not moving and there's a lot of scenes in the car. But it was the time of the day where Dana and I and Bruce were trapped in a car. And initially, I was always sort of like, I didn't really know what to say to Bruce because I had just like met him and whatnot. And Miss Dana, she couldn't stop talking. She just talk. And it just became this moment where I just like felt like I was like really with like my sister and my dad in this car. And for some reason, I just like remembered that so much, every scene in the car. So for me, something that was not my favorite at the time, as time has passed on, I'm like, God, that really was so great because we just talked about the most random shit while people were moving, heaven and hell around us. Bruce would sing and I would be crying in the corner because I was thinking about tortured Pablo and the scene we were about to do. And but I would say that car was number one for me. And then I would say for me, like the Brujo Especial episode and that whole thing and all of that was pretty great. I tried to like cut some scenes out of the show for my reel, and it's really hard to find things that are usable because everything is just ridiculousness. There's not like a nice moment where you're being real with someone. It's just
I think
madness.
there are, Ray. I think there are nice moments with Pablo and Kelly.
For
You
sure.
just gotta find them. They're like, right? It's about, I'll tell you which ones because I had to do some. They're about 30 seconds right before Deadite Mrs. Johnson comes or right before Peppy comes and starts, pouncing. So, I think, but that Delta, Ray, it got really bad when you would remember when you it would be after lunch and you would burp so loud. And I would you're right. It was like a brother and it was like a brother and an uncle for me. It was honestly, and I would be like, Ray, and he's like, what? Sorry, I can't be bloated I can't be bloated when I'm dead or something you would say. It was great.
I will say though, the one thing that was part of our show that really most people may not know that I missed the most, and in this time, I wish I was there, is New Zealand. Like,
amen.
I was the one that was like, I don't want to go home. I want to stay here. I want to stay here. Yeah. And I still talk to a lot of the crew, and I miss making this show and what we did. And so it's just yeah.
I know, Ray. Yeah. I was thinking that we were always there at this time. We were always there because it changed slightly, but we were always there in April and May and pretty much usually June. And I'm with Ray. Like that was like an added bonus that we could go on and on about how amazing that family is over there and how incredible just being there was. But not only that, I'm one day away from being an expat and moving there because you know why? New Zealand eradicated that COVID.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm like, because it's the best place on earth. So, but don't tell anybody because I don't want everyone to move there. We'll go there. So let's go there. How about Ray and I? Ray, you and I can go and we'll film the Kelly and Pablo spinoff and we'll do it COVID safe with like our phones and we'll go on Shutter. Perry.
We've got a plan. And then just save some sort of prop for me so I can add it to the collection in the end.
Perry, I'll give you something.
We're bringing you to set.
I'm going in a heartbeat.
It's probably still there. It's, Rob Tapper and Lucy Lawless, live there. That's why I bet you they still have that sound stage with stuff in it. I'm sure.
There's a new soundstage in Auckland, guys.
Oh my God, it's perfect.
I just read it. It's the only thing that Rob Tapper tweeted in like the last couple of months. He tweeted something about a new soundstage.
That's not Rob Tapper. That's his assistant anyway. I asked.
I'm so sad to do this, but we're getting the wrap up right. I could talk to you guys. You already know this. I could talk to you for hours about this show.
And Perry, you were our first. I mean, Perry, we have a very special place in my heart for you, as you know how much I love you. But it was our first interview at New York Comic Con.
It was
in that room, and it was. I remember just like looking around, being like, "What the hell? What are we doing?" Because it was anyway. So you were such a good first interview. It was because I was very nervous, but it was so much fun. So I love that this whole little gang is back together.
I am so happy this happened. Hurry up and get back, whether it's virtual or in person. Stay on that con circuit. The horror community is very special, and that community loves you guys and loves this show. And I can guarantee you, if there ever is an opportunity to bring you guys back for more Evil Dead in the future, that community is going to get super loud and back you up every step of the way. So Ray, Dana, so good to see you. A big thank you for being here today and celebrating the show on Mainframe Comic Con. I am going to let you guys go and tell everybody out there to stay tuned. We're going to have a word from our sponsors, and then we're going to be back with more conversations.
Bye, Ghost Beaters.
Bye. If you guys want to talk more, go on.
Hey guys, welcome back to Mainframe Comic Con. Huge thank you to Dana, to Ray, to Perry for that awesome Ash vs. Evil Dead panel, and huge thanks to Mr. Lance Reddick for sitting down with us right at the beginning of the show. We want to go ahead and get into our next panel. Before we do, guys, just a reminder, head on over to mainframecomiccon.com and click that donate button. All the money raised this weekend is going to go directly to COVID-19 relief. So head over to mainframecomiccon.com, click the donate button, give what you can. So without further ado, I want to welcome the next host running the 4DX podcast right here. Put your hands together, your virtual hands, for Mr. Dan Fogler and Chris Marquette. Guys, welcome to Mainframe.
Woo!
There's Chris. Where's Dan?
Where's Dan?
There's the man.
Holy crap, here I am! Oh, there he is, with a bang.
All right, guys. Stick around. These guys are going to take it over for the next
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, guys, on Mainframe Comic Con. Thanks, guys.
Can you guys hear me okay? I can hear you. You sound like you got a full band behind you, though. What's going on?
Nice.
There? Yeah.
How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Oh man, it's good to see you. It's good to see you.
It's really good to see you.
Welcome to the Dan Fogler 4D Experience podcast, Mainframe.
Yeah.
ComicCon. I know, man. We're finally getting you on the show.
We're finally.
We only they gave me like a half-hour window here, so we're getting.
Okay.
So this is mini Fanboys reunion.
It's a little mini Fanboys reunion. We got
check out this shirt I got.
What is that there?
Look at that.
Oh, dude, check that out. Where did you get that?
Yeah, that was cool, right, man?
That's awesome.
We got a close-up on my. Hey,
yo, that's awesome.
Someone gave me that at a con recently, and I was like, "This is great. This is great." It's got the rules on the back. You see the back?
Oh no way, dude! In the scroll. Check that out, dude. That's awesome.
All rush all the time, man. So holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought, usually I'm gonna have you back on the show as for like I usually do like a an actor studio kind of thing, but I thought that this would be kind of special.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
How you doing? You fun?
I'm good, man. I got a 4-month-old, so I'm like I haven't slept in 4 months. But other than that, so we feel like a lucid dream right now is what's happening on my end.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. I like that lucid dreaming. You gotta spin your top so you know that you're
exactly. So I know I'm actually here. Yeah, I gotta spin a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take questions at the end, but do you know what your Star Wars name is?
No. How do I even figure that out?
Okay, so it's your name backwards.
Like from the letters spelled backwards?
Yes. Okay, so hold on. Oh, we got someone online.
Oh, sorry, Dan. I thought I'd do a little bit of house cleaning here real quick. Dan, just want to let you know your mic is really, really loud. I don't know if you want to turn it down or
you
maybe
gotta stop trying to eat the microphone.
You were munching.
Maybe I'll ease back on it.
Now we're talking.
Is that better? It's a new microphone.
There we go.
All right, guys.
So thank you. Listen, man. These notes are fucking. It's fucking crazy because dude, how you been? What's it like being a new daddy?
Oh, it's great, man. It's absolutely great. I mean, being a new dad is I don't know if I've got my feet under me just yet, so I feel like the jury's still out in terms of getting some perspective of how difficult and or easy this is. We feel really grateful. My wife and I feel really grateful. We're happy. She's healthy. I feel like past that, we can't ask for much. So maybe in 6 months we'll be asking for sleep and begging for it. But until then, we're good.
I have many thoughts, man. The 5. Oh shit! I'm yelling in the mic.
Yeah. I just stop making out with the microphone.
It's the 5 S's, brother. You know about the 5 S's?
No. Sleep.
Okay.
Sleep.
Well, Star Wars. No.
Star Wars.
There's like shushing. There's swaddling. There's sleeping.
Sleeping. Yeah. I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah.
Look it up, man. It got me.
I'm gonna look up the 5 S's. Okay, cool. All right. It's like a little Bible of raising a baby.
Yeah, it got me through the first several months of my first kid. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah.
Cool. 5 S's. I'm looking up. Yeah, someone gave seeing Star Wars, but someone gave me the greatest. She's a little girl, but they gave me the greatest little Star Wars outfit. It's a little rebel, and it's got all of the rebellious Star Wars characters and patches around. And it was like the day that I woke her up, and she like comes out of the swaddle with a little rebel outfit. I was like, I love my life. Yeah, it was nice.
That's adorable. I recently I had the little one, Franny. She was 3 at the time, and for Halloween she was Yoda.
Oh,
that was hysterical.
I bet that's hysterical. Yeah, she's the same size.
She got a little face in there and the ears out here,
I bet.
walking along.
I know. We saw a thing. We didn't do it, but apparently, like, there's a big trend of Baby Yoda outfits for babies after the Mandalorian. So there's just like a huge. It's like become like a little, a Twitter trend or something. Just pictures of babies as Baby Yoda. I was like that.
So make sure you check out Dan DeLorean on my Instagram. That's Fogler's Fictions. The Dan DeLorean is when I dub my own voiceover scenes from the Mandalorian, and it's really funny.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
that's great. That's
also,
great. So it's just the helmet. It's you. It's it's shots of the Mandalorian and you underneath. That's amazing.
I realized I was like, we don't see his face, and
there's a lot of little room there. Yeah, got a lot of space. Yeah, that's funny.
So tomorrow I got the heavy metal panel, 3:30 p.m. EST Sunday, where I'm going to talk about all of these comic books you see behind me. That's my Fogler's Fictions. We'll get more in depth about that on the Instagram website. You can go to the heavy metal shop and find all the stuff there. Am I screaming too loud? I'm like,
no, you got it. I feel like we found a good balance. Yeah,
nice. We just figured this out. I was on my computer, then I realized, oh my god, I didn't download all the stuff, and then I had to switch over to my wife's computer, and I was like, oh my god. And we got the new mic today, so I was like, we didn't test a goddamn thing.
You're just doing it up. It's working.
Okay, so your Star Wars name is your name backwards, and it's pretty awesome. It's Tekram Sirk.
Yo, I love that. Tekyam Sirk sounds intelligent. He sounds intimidating, and he sounds like he's got power. So I'm glad I don't sound like a peon.
He sounds like a Sith or something.
Yeah, he sounds a little.
It reminds me of like Sirk, like Captain James T. Sirk.
Yeah, he does.
I know I'm crossing the streams here. I'm crossing.
That's the Star Trek name's probably much different. The Star Trek name's probably cuts off halfway through. No, Say.
Let me ask you a question. Now? It's Tekram Sirk.
Tekram Sirk.
My name is my Star Wars name is Lenad Relgoff.
Lenad Relgoff, kick him right in the Lenads. Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly. Yeah, Lenad. Yeah, Lenad. What do you need? That's so funny.
Yeah. Lenad he's a good smuggler, but just watch it.
But he trips on his own shoelaces often. Yeah, exactly. Lenad. Yeah, that's awesome.
So what is it for you, man? Are you Star Trek or Star Wars?
Oh, I'm full Star Wars. I couldn't stand Star Trek. My dad was a big Star Trek nerd, and it was like, wow. I know, but it was legit. I think until I was like 20 and I could appreciate the pace of Star Trek. Until then, it was just not quick enough. There was too much talking. I got too much. I don't know if I fully understood Data. I just kind of felt really Data was my introduction. I felt like that was always the guy. I was like, I don't get this guy. I don't like it. So I couldn't go near Voyager. I couldn't go near Star Trek for a long time. It took me until I was about in my early 20s where I finally went, I'm gonna throw on a movie and see how it goes. And then I was a fan. Then I became a fan. But prior to Star Wars, hardcore.
Data worried me because I was looking at it like, would I be able? If I was an actor, would I be able to not sweat all that makeup off?
Could I keep that intact? Yeah, I think there was this subtlety to the way he glittered that I was like, I don't like it. I don't know. I don't like it. He's glittery. I don't get it.
The guy, the guy from Reading Rainbow with the banana clip.
Yeah, dude. I know. Because that was also, I think there was that segue for me, because I grew up in class watching Reading Rainbow, and suddenly I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
it's Jordy. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I didn't, there's something about it I didn't like either. Yeah.
But the old school one, like, okay, I'm a Star Wars guy through and through.
Yeah.
But there's something about Wrath of Khan, man, that just got me.
Yeah. I think if I had been introduced to the Shatner days and to the Wrath of Khan and to the original movies, I think I would have been a totally different thing. I was introduced via Star Trek on TV, and I just didn't,
Yeah.
I feel like that world is sold to you from the movies is how I felt later on. I was like,
Okay,
I don't think you can do it.
This segues to my next question, which is, I kind of have a thing with like Shatner.
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, when I was doing stand up, when I was first doing stand up, one of my bits that killed all the time was because my stand up was basically like you're flipping through channels. That's me doing impressions, and that's what it feels like. Non sequiturs. Yeah. Okay. So I did. I'd be like, okay, now this is Captain Kirk on the toilet with explosive diarrhea.
Yeah.
And I'd just be all, oh my God. Stoney, help me. Oh my God. Then I just broadcast Anthony whole ship. Okay, I do that for like fucking 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And people would just pee their pants and
Yeah.
So anyway, it was a good bit. Oh my God.
Oh no.
We got Klingons. Okay, you know the deal.
Yeah.
It was fun. And I think he saw that. I think he saw it on my website or I don't know. And I don't think he liked
You think that's it? You crossed the line with him?
Yeah, I don't think he likes me anymore.
That's all it took. That's a sensitive man right there.
Very sensitive.
Very sensitive. Very sensitive about his role there.
Well, maybe then I started to think. Maybe I started to think that maybe he's getting up there. Maybe he does have some bowel issues.
Maybe this is it. Maybe it's been a hard year with the diarrhea attacks, and he was like, "I don't like it. I don't like the mirror you're holding up to my life right now, Dan." Yeah, maybe that's it.
Warp speed, I gotta get home. Oh my God. Anyway, so okay, and I'm shitting on Shaddy. So
that's the name of your next podcast. Shitting on Shaddy.
Yeah, exactly. We only got we got like 15 minutes here, pal. Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Chat on Chatty. Yeah, let's go.
So you had I wasn't in that part of the movie. You and Sam got to have that time with Shatner. And what was that like? So tell me.
It was great. I mean, I don't know if you remember, I hope I'm remembering this correct. I think no one was sure we actually had him until the day of. It was a little bit of like, I think there was something happened, because all I remember vaguely was that we had plan A and plan B. Plan A was Shatner shows up and we get to film the scene. Plan B was like, we do some other weird thing and maybe we circle back
standing
around.
There going, oh my God.
Yeah, just shitting on a toilet. Yeah, exactly. Just silhouetted too.
Right.
just
silhouetted. I slipped the top secret shit under there.
Exactly.
Here, just check this out. Oh my God, get out of here.
Maybe that was plan B. So that's what it was. So I remember thinking, I didn't think it was going to happen. First, I was like, oh yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing this tomorrow. So all of a sudden when it is happening, I remember thinking like, I feel a little unprepared for this. We'll see. We'll see how it goes with Shatner. But what I will say is this, I did plan a little bit because we were hoping to riff with him. So my plan of attack with Shatner was I want to look up everything, the most obscure stuff I can find with Shatner, and I want to see if I can throw that out to him, if he even has any recollection, if he's gonna be able to roll with these punches. So Sam and I talked about it right beforehand, and I was like, "Look, Sam, I found these like the 4 weirdest things Shatner's ever filmed, and I want to bring some of this stuff up. And I don't remember what all of them were, but I do remember there was some weird one, some title of some movie he did that was like, it was like something like put mama on a wagon and take her out west. It was like this weird, it was like a long sentence of a title. And I thought, I've never heard of this thing. I don't think anybody's ever heard of this thing. And it was when you go on an IMDb page and it was just, it was like the furthest one. It was like 1942. It was like, he was in 1942 at the tender age of 10. Yeah. So we found that and I sort of threw that out to him. And I remember it was the only time he broke because his eye, he just went, oh, what is that? And then he remembered. And
that's great.
It was great. Yeah. But he was dope, man. I mean, Shatner was like, he was dope. I remember also thinking too, I was like, do you even know where you are? I feel like someone flew him in, carted him in, and Shatner just sort of woke up and was on another set. And he was sort of like, where are we? So I got that vague sense from him. I was like, you're in New Mexico right now?
The air seems breathable.
Yeah, it seems like yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I got to ask you about, because we got like 10 minutes. Damn it!
It's going down. The countdown begins. Go ahead.
This is like,
marathon questions. Here we go.
High speed podcasting.
We could just make diarrhea jokes for 10 minutes. People are like, I'm never listening to those guys again, ever.
Carrie Fisher. What a segue, huh?
What a segue. Here we go.
Carrie Fisher, The Kiss.
Yeah.
Kiss.
The Kiss. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Have we ever talked about, do people know that was not supposed to happen?
Is that true?
A bit. Really? Yeah, here's how this happened. Do you know this? I thought you know this. You
kissed her so many times.
I kissed her so many times, but the first time this was not what was supposed to go down.
And she was like, I like that more.
What happened was we did a take or two, and then I went over to Kevin Mann. I think me and you and Jay and Sam, Kristen, everybody's talking, and someone threw out. I remember thinking when I booked this role, and I thought, oh man, if Carrie Fisher's in there, I was like, I gotta fucking smooch Carrie Fisher. I think I'm gonna have to smooch Carrie, and that's been my lifelong dream. So let's figure this out. So I went to Kevin Mann, the one of the producers, and I said, Kevin, we're gonna do another take. I think we got it in the can now. We got what we needed. Can I just lean in and smooch her real quick? Can I just grab that face and smooch that face? And he was like, that's a bad idea, Chris. That's really disrespectful. And I was like, you're right. You got to give some fair warning to a kiss. So he talked to her and he went up and he was like, hey, the actor was wondering if he can grab in and kiss your face afterwards. And apparently she, like, without hesitation was like, sure. And I was like, okay. So the smooch, that became, we tried it. We thought it was going to be maybe one fun take, and instantly it was like, this has to happen. So that was great. And then Carrie, afterwards, I got a text message at the end of the night. Yeah, I know. I got a text message, and it was, hey, this is Carrie. Got your number from Kevin. That was great today. What are you doing this weekend? And I was like, And I don't know if you remember this at all, because I discussed with you, with Jay and everybody, because she was done. She was just filming for the day. She was going to go off to Albuquerque or to Santa Fe, because we were in Albuquerque, and go to like a spa retreat weekend and stuff. And she was going away for the weekend. And she was like, hey, you want to come? And I was like, what do you mean do I want to come? Yes and no, Carrie. What does this mean? It was totally innocent. But I think 23-year-old me was like, Carrie wants it. Probably.
She didn't text me.
She didn't, exactly. And I didn't give her my number. Yeah, she had to do some work to get my number. So here's what happened. Nothing. Nothing happened. No, because we had, I don't know. I think I got too scared and Carrie was too awesome. And suddenly I was like, I can't go away for the weekend with Carrie Fisher and just go hang out, which I feel like I regret to this day. But so that's what it sizzles, that story, and ends right there. But that was the kiss. That was what I remember. The kiss.
Was it salty or sweet?
It's a little salty. It was a little salty. Yeah, it was a little salty. Maybe by the fifth kiss, it got sweeter. But I think it started off a little salty.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
This is great stuff. I hope
this is great. I hope.
Is someone recording this?
Yeah. Is anybody getting this down on paper somehow?
Holy crap! I hope someone's recording this.
Yeah.
Okay, we have probably let's see how many minutes left here. Yeah. I don't know how many minutes.
Yeah. Where we at? 5 minutes?
I'm just gonna keep going.
Just keep going. Just keep going. We'll motor them off. Yep. Chad says 5. Here we go.
5. Thanks, Chad. I love you, Chad. Okay, so. Okay, Linus was the heart of the movie. You know, that's obvious. Okay, so here's the thing. Who would you rather, after saying all that, Carrie Fisher or Natalie Portman?
Who would I rather kiss?
Whatever rather means to you.
You just fill in the blanks, Chris. Take it as far as you want. Would you rather whatever? I mean, whatever comes to mind first when you think.
Who would you rather get a text from and then never text back?
Never text back, and then spend 48 hours being like, no, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. What do I do? Oh, the opportunity's gone, Chris. You hesitated. Because that's really what happened. I think it was like Monday rolled around and I was like, hey, Carrie, I just saw this. Because I was just too scared. I think, honestly, I'd take Carrie Fisher any day of the week. Truly. I just think I spent way too much time with the Carrie Fisher action figure to not, it was close to my heart, you know? So I just feel like I would go Carrie all day, every day. If it was a hangout in Albuquerque, or if it was, you guys use your imagination, fill in the blank. I think Carrie.
Well, Albuquerque was rough. All right, we better take some questions here.
Yeah,
dude, that was fun, man.
That was awesome,
we had
man.
Time, but let's take some questions.
Yeah.
Lloyd Kaufman.
Lloyd, dude. We are 2 Star Trek nerds who stalked Carrie Fisher.
I'm William Shatner's son.
Yeah, it's William Shatner's son, and I'm just his cousin. Yeah.
I'm Donald Shatner.
Yeah.
And I'm Dan Fogler. And this is Chris Marquette.
Chris
wow.
Marquette, Joshua, thanks, man. That's nice of you.
What did Joshua say? Where are you seeing these?
Lloyd, I don't know. It came up on the screen here. Lloyd Kaufman is a really good troll. Lloyd, bravo. You win today.
He's a dirty little bastard.
You are. Lloyd, you win.
You wish you had the height and girth of me too. I remembered that.
Well done. Yeah.
This was a fun 40X.
This was. Yeah. I dig this one.
Yeah. Did you have fun, man?
I did.
Oh, here they are. They're at the bottom here. Sad gamer dad. Thanks. You enjoyed it. Good, man. I'm glad. Do you watch CW superhero shows? Do you?
I don't. No, not at all.
I don't. I mean, I appreciate all the DC heroes, but I got kids myself. I'm
exactly.
I don't have enough time to watch.
No. Stop. Go do your homework. I'm watching Batgirl right now. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can't. I've never been able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What else? Next question.
Next question. Come on, throw it out. Lloyd, troll man, give us a good question.
What's up, all you happy primates? Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a second. How do you feel about those monkeys that stole the COVID-19 blood samples and they were found fucking gnawing on them in a tree?
I just saw this. I think it made me think it's the greatest outtake from Outbreak. It was like I suddenly thought that you remember Outbreak with Dustin Hoffman?
Totally.
And they're going after the monkey, and I was like, what if that's the end of the movie instead? What if it's like they're about to get the vaccine and the monkeys just are like, and everybody cries.
Funny, like,
I know.
I'm sorry. Monkeys, I know. Fucking 12 monkeys, and then you got Planet of the Apes. Like it's just. I feel like we're just artists. I love it, but I feel like we're manifesting our own demise with all of these very creative. But Guy mentioned that you have the great the Dictator poster behind you, man.
Oh yeah. That's my Dictator poster. Yeah.
And what Chaplin says in that is everyone should listen to.
It's so powerful. Yeah, it's so wonderful. Yeah, I got a grandfather of mine. He's an old Cuban man, and
thanks,
he grew up in
Josh.
Cuba. And he isn't he? Well done, Josh. And Lloyd, we're not telling you anything intimate, minus maybe this story. Lloyd, how's this suffice, troll man? So the great dictator, my grandfather, old Cuban guy, grew up in Cuba, really poor, and the only thing he got to do for fun when he wasn't running from Fidel Castro and being locked up was he got to watch movies, and he used to watch Chaplin movies. And when I was like 15 or 16, he sat me down one day and he was like, I got to show you some of my favorite hits. And I was like, yeah. So this was one of the first ones, and it blew my mind. I didn't know comedies could do such a thing. If you haven't seen that movie, it's wonderful. It's the first time he speaks in a movie, so it's all silent, and then he gives this epic speech at the end of the movie, and you hear a voice. You hear his voice for the first time, and it is it's so incredibly moving.
He sounds like a Shakespearean scholar.
Yeah, he's on Gandhi level all of a sudden.
What does that say? Oh, that's nice. When do I get a ride at Universal?
Yeah, when do you get a ride?
You talking about Fantastic Beasts or something? Like there have been.
They're talking about Shatner diarrhea, where you just everybody gets inside a bathroom. Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh! You're just suddenly going around.
Okay.
Why is the water brown?
It smells weird.
Yeah. I think there have been rumors that there's going to be like a Jacob or something out of Fantastic Beasts thing going on there. I heard. So who knows,
awesome.
man? Hopefully we'll be able to go to parks again.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy crap!
Oh, hey, that's it. What up, guys?
Did we do it? Did we make it?
Awesome show.
Thanks, man.
Awesome show, man.
You're the man.
Really want to appreciate you guys being here. Everybody, all you fans of Dan and the crew, they're going to be back tomorrow for the heavy metal panel. Yeah. So check the schedule tomorrow and see a little bit more Dan.
Chris, thank you, brother.
Dude, thank you,
we get a recording of this?
Yeah, is this recorded?
Yeah.
Thank you,
dude.
Thank you, Dan.
We'll get it to you. Well, we are really excited to keep Mainframe Comic Con rolling.
We'll talk soon, dude.
Later, guys.
Okay, brother.
Thanks a lot. Well, to say I'm excited about this next panel would be a massive understatement. Here to introduce our next guest, the master of fun and wonder, Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett. How's it going, Rob?
Oh, it's it's always going well, and to talk to these two guests, I mean, it's geek nirvana time. I mean, a man who, according to the IMDb today, has produced 134 films in his career. I mean, come on. No one's done that.
It's madness. If you guys missed Mainframe Comic Con #1 with Rob and Mr. Lloyd Kaufman, you're in for a real treat right now, and also a very special guest who Rob is going to tell you about. Just a quick reminder, guys, head over to mainframecomiccon.com, click the donate button. All the money donated this weekend is going to go to COVID-19 relief. Rob, I'm going to let you take it away, man. Have fun.
Well, thank you very much. Is everyone jumping in right now, or should I introduce everybody? Well, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who don't know, the mayor of Tromaville is here, Mr. Lloyd Kaufman, who has brought us everyone from, well, Lloyd, take it away. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the executive producer of Shakespeare's Shitstorm and a man who has had decades of experience in the film business is here to tell us how you can begin your own journey. And I believe we do have a second guest, and I hope I don't get his name wrong because I'm a huge fan. David Dusmalchian. Did I do good? Is he here?
You did great. You did great.
Is that good? Now, David, I mean, oh my God. He's been in The Dark Knight. He was Abracadabra on The Flash. He was in 2 Ant-Man movies in the MCU. And he is, ladies and gentlemen, in a movie that I can't tell you how excited I am. Mentat Piter de Vries is here, ladies and gentlemen. Denis Villeneuve's Dune. He's been in Prisoners with Denis. He was in Blade Runner 2049. My God, what an honor to have the two of you here. And since we only have a half an hour, I'd want to talk about Shakespeare's Shitstorm and Dune the whole time, but we won't. So what I want to ask you both, since this is supposed to be a master class,
David, you see, David is an intellectual, right?
David,
He's wearing the glow-in-the-dark Toxic Avenger pin, and thank you, David. As also, David shouldn't be the second. David's the first guest. I'm the second one.
No.
David has a Toxie's here. David, look at that Toxie show.
You guys, the best. I mean, you
can't
both
believe it.
But I think to start out, I wanted to ask, everybody's carrying around in their pockets 4K cameras on their phones. Steven Soderbergh is out making movies with his phone for Netflix. Can you guys both sort of, for those aspiring filmmakers out there who have maybe thought about making movies, but, oh, it's too hard, I can't do it. Actors who might want to cast themselves and their friends to showcase their work, but are like, it's too much. How can one begin with all of this technology readily available at our fingertips? What do you do to begin your own filmmaking journey? What is the best way to start without being intimidated? Is there a way, and how can people approach that?
I'm deferring to the Godfather first. I want to hear his answer first, and then I would like to go. By the way, hi, Lloyd. Hi, and thanks for that great introduction, Robert. That was awesome. And oh my God, I love you, Lloyd. It's so good to see you here. But please, Lloyd, that's a great question, and I think people are dying to know, especially from somebody who's
Lloyd, when
been able to do so much.
Yeah, how did you start, and where does one begin trying to, if you want to make the next Shakespeare shitstorm, how do you start?
Well, first of all, if you want to start your own damn movie studio, I would acquire the rights to Count Crowley. That's step number one, because has a very interesting female character and very symbolic of today. I don't know who created that comic book, but whoever he or she is a genius. Let me tell you that. And then the next, look, David just happens to have it with him. Put Toxie. You should put Toxie in the comic book.
I tried.
Team them up.
I tried to do a side-by-side. I did a side-by-side image of them to put in my virtual background, and I couldn't figure it out, Lloyd. I'm sorry. I did my best to put him with Jerry.
Put
in the
Toxie
comic.
in the next issue. It'll be great, right?
You guys heard it first, Lloyd.
That would be better than an Oscar. I'll tell you that. I prefer that to an Oscar. That's from love. Genuine love, right? You can buy an Oscar, but you cannot buy the friendship of Bob, right?
Right.
Robert. I like to call him Robert myself.
Yeah, no, you can't. But
well, the other thing I would suggest is you marry a woman like Pat, my wife, and that's really the first step. David, you have a wonderful wife. I know.
Yeah, Eve's incredible. I mean, Pat, who I've gotten to meet, is an amazing person, and neither of us would do anything that we do without the people who are actually running the show behind us. But yeah, Eve, my wife, doesn't even work in film, and she quit her job to come be an art director on one of my indies and figured out how to build walls we could crash cars into. And my God, if you've got the passion and the desire and the dream for it, and you've got some friends that support and love you, right now is the time, right, Lloyd? I mean, this is the time to tell the stories.
The thing is, you have to decide, do you want if you're young and you're starting out, I don't know you could create a Troma Entertainment today. We started 47 years ago when there was something called competition in the media. So if you had something that the people liked, you could get it to the public. Now we have to set up Troma Now, our streaming service, because Amazon and YouTube are demonetizing and censoring and doing all sorts of obscene things. So we have to just paint ourselves more and more into the Troma corner, so to speak. And luckily, fans like David and you, Bob, keep us in the public eye. Thank you. So I think
he speaks to a really important point, because my discovery of Troma, my discovery of the films that really had a huge impact on me as a young audience member. I found through either the pages of like things like Fangoria, which thank God are now back in print, granted quarterly, but it's an awesome magazine, but also the mom and pop video store where, you weren't being, yes, they would put the big studio pictures in the front entrance on a big shelf, but there was also so much access to so many other things. So when you walked through there, it was like going to the library where you could discover the things you want. Whereas now you go to any of these major corporate conglomerate streaming services, they're forcing down your throat that they make you think you have options. You've got 5, 10 real, things that they're shoving at you. Whereas, you're right, Lloyd. So we're trying to figure out what's the next mom and pop. That's the big challenge for me, making my indies on shoestrings. It's been about getting into like the film festivals, hopefully getting good reviews, then getting distribution, and we play in movie theaters, 10 movie theaters tops, just to try and get exposure. But it's the person out there who's watching, who's got the idea. What is the next mom and pop video store? What is the next, Chelsea, what is the next indie movie theater experience that we can get people seeing? The Toxies, the Sergeant Kabuki Mans, like how do we get those films to people now?
Well, let me ask you both. I mean, with Troma Now, which is your online service, and you, David, is an indie filmmaker, and I'm also, I have a film that I'm trying to sell that we just finished. Do you think that with the distribution apparatus that the internet has provided, that maybe in the future people are going to self-distribute their own films on a worldwide level, and will they be able to at least make their costs back? Do you think that's viable for the indie film space?
May I answer? I think it is viable, but I think I have friends who are young and they like David, but not talented like David. But they've been making their own damn movies for under $5,000, and they go to the conventions and they sell a few. But meanwhile, they work as a bartender or a waiter person, or whatever, however you say it politically correctly. And slowly but surely, they start accumulating a library of maybe 4, 5, 6, and slowly but surely they can ease out of the day job and be a professional underground artist and make a living, which is kind of what Troma did, except in our day, we were able to get into the movie theaters, and there's a shitload of movie theaters. Now, as David says, if we're lucky, well, if I direct a movie, I can get into about 200, but it used to be 2,000 screens. Now it's very hard. They're very, very hard. And I think we have to make sure that the internet does not get taken over by AT&T, Time Warner, and Google and all that, because they want to get rid of net neutrality. They want to get rid of net neutrality, right?
Well, what about
you know what that is, right? It's the free, open, and diverse internet. It's what gives David and Troma the same power as Disney, because it's a level playing field, but it ain't anymore. And the FCC is determined they want to get rid of net neutrality,
which is
very bad,
a dangerous thing. But now, what about in the case of that, with like Troma Now or David? Could you ever see yourself setting up, say, your own website, your own service, so people could access your material directly? Do you think that there's a future where you literally can sell people per download directly from your own server in your own house? Is that going to be a viable option in the future?
That's a model that Lloyd and Troma are building, and that I think other people are. It's the way that like indie record labels took off in like the late 80s going into the 90s, when they realized that the big, super corporations were paying their artists, half of a penny per every dollar, according to sales. So I think it's up to us, the artists, not only to just, give all that we've got, our blood, sweat, and tears into the creation of the thing, but also to learning as much as we possibly can about the way the landscape works and how you can get things into the hands, minds, and hearts of people that want to see the work that you're making, especially the stuff that might be outside of the realms of what's, traditionally considered acceptable or PC or yada, yada, yada. But all the work from all the voices, it's finding that way to connect with people. And I think Lloyd, is setting a really great example for all of us with Troma Now. And I think that there's other, I've had the good fortune to work with companies like Oscilloscope Labs, who,
love them.
They do such a, but these, just so anybody out there is watching, you don't get any illusions. These aren't folks that are riding around in yachts either. There's a trade-off you're going to make when you don't sign that deal with, the Death Star. You've got to figure out your way. But it is possible. I mean, look, Lloyd's done it for since the golden age of the great Toxie to what they're doing now.
Well, we were talking about distribution, but I wanted to kind of go back because both of you sort of touched on this briefly. You can't make movies by yourself. I mean, I guess you can, but I've discovered that the best way to do that is to have a team around you of people that you can rely on with different skill sets that together you're greater than the sum of your parts. How important has it been throughout both of your careers to have, you both talked about your wives, but to have other collaborators and to have those kinds of relationships that go from film to film to film? Is that something that you feel that indie filmmakers should cultivate?
Can I tell two really quick, and then we'll pass it to Lloyd? But I would say the first one was yes, absolutely. And we did it, my friends, by putting all of our passion and heart into the short films that we were making. And then we went into people's living rooms and we tried to sell $5,000 investment units into our film. And the way we did it wasn't on the commercial return promise or the promise of some kind of big, financial windfall, but it was on the actual love of the story that we were trying to tell and getting people on board to support us through the committing so much love into the work we were doing that they would either want to get on board, whether they made a penny off it or not, or they wouldn't. And all the people who climbed on and helped us working for $100 a day, 12-hour days, mind you, weren't doing it for the windfall. They were doing it because we had to convince them that the story needed to be told and that we loved it so much and it was so meaningful to us. The other story is people like Lloyd, and there are good people out there in the world of, creating cinema and art, who you just hope and pray that you get to gravitate towards. A friend of mine told me a story the other day. Her friend was struggling so hard to finish this documentary. She was on Poston. She went into she was doing some kind of work as like an intern, bumped into Lloyd and said, I don't know what to do. I don't have the money. I don't know how I can edit this thing to do post. And he let her, as an up and coming independent filmmaker with no, major credits to her name, have access to his editing suite in Bay for free for like a couple of weeks so she could finish this project.
Amazing.
It is, but you got to hope and pray that you can gravitate towards and find those people who will believe in you. Sorry, now you go, Lloyd.
Well, you said it. You said it all, David. I think the key, though, for somebody is to decide if you want the red carpet and you want the hookers and the drugs and the adulation and the $200,000 Da Vinci dresses. You really, I think, need to go west and be part of that. And there are great people. Eli Roth started with us. He's a wonderful person. Samuel L. Jackson started with us. He's doing good things for society and in the arts. A lot of great people started with Trauma who are wonderful people, and they are in the mainstream. David is an independent artist, but he is in the mainstream. I had the privilege of meeting him when I was starring in the new Suicide Squad movie, and I'm joking. I have one second, and I can't say anything about it, obviously. But I think the key is to do what's in your heart, and if you want total freedom. I was a bourgeois young boy who speaks fluent French and got kind of brainwashed by the Cahiers du Cinéma from the Cinémathèque Française, which propounds that the director should be the author, the auteur of his or her or its movies, and I chose that path thanks to my good friend LSD back in the 60s.
Well, both of you have sort of, I mean, obviously you gave birth to, I was lucky to work with James Gunn, I don't know, 20 years ago, but you have been the proving ground and the launch pad for many, as you pointed out, many filmmakers that have retained a relationship with you and continue to do good work. And the two of you, I mean, you might be on this, both of you are on the squad of Suicide Squad one day, and then the next day you're back to doing independent films. I wonder, does that put the zap on your head? Like, is it hard? Do you suffer from whiplash going from like the biggest sets in the world to then going back to trying to the living room, trying to get that $5,000 to make your own movies? Does that ever get?
I don't know about you, Lloyd, but I'm much newer to this game and this world, and it's a different, landscape, as you've been saying, since when you were a young, when you were really breaking into the scene. But for me, I've been blessed to find so many incredible people who are at the top of their game, who are working in major, huge, epic cinema, who then, I've just been so lucky. I know you hear so many horror stories, and I know there are a lot of monsters out here, but I have worked with some incredible human beings on these major motion pictures.
Yeah.
And then what happens when I go, like with my film, All Creatures Here Below, Karen Gillan, huge movie star, but she came and did it for, for $100 a day or whatever, and worked on this independent film with us. And I was able to then, when I ran into a problem, a technical issue or a question that I couldn't answer, I could send an email to, say, Russell Bobbitt, the Marvel master of props extraordinaire, and say, I don't know how to do this situation with the baby that has to, go through this crazy. And Russell emails me back and says, well, you could try this, and I could offer, help. So I have found, if you embrace it and you understand and accept that when I go back to making my All Creatures Here Below movies, there's not going to be trailers or, cushy, crap story. You get beyond all that crap.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's still passionate people who love what they're doing and telling stories. And I try to learn from both sides, because there's so many strengths you get from working in both realms. So I don't go to an indie and go, oh, I'm back to the slog. I go, oh, I love, there's so many freedoms that come in this. And I have great allies who are, masters of, huge studio pictures.
Well, I think you just point out, I mean, Hollywood gets a bad rap, but I too have found that I have friends that work on the biggest movies. And when you're really, like Lloyd said, if you make the decision that you don't necessarily want the blow and the hookers, that you really want film, you want to make movies, you can find people from all levels who are willing to help you when you are dedicated and people can see that you're really working towards something. You can find a lot of allies you might not have expected that you have found or that you would find, but you do. And like you just pointed out very, very, very well, how that can work. But now, how do people begin though? Like where, how do you get to make your first movie and not get frustrated and quit? Because people are there's a lot of attrition in the business. Is there any advice you can give for people, aspiring filmmakers who, like that documentarian who was at her wit's end until Lloyd stepped in and gave her an edit bay? What kind of advice can you give to people to get them to keep going, to finish their work, to not give up?
Movies, I think, are the hardest thing in the world to make. And anyone who completes a movie, my partner Michael Hers and I have 1,000% respect. That it's so difficult. But I think the key is to thine own self be true, a phrase coined by one William Shakespeare, who wrote a very useful book called 101 Money-Making Screenplay Ideas, otherwise known as Hamlet. But I think that's a good maxim. By the way, I've written 7 books. In fact, James Gunn wrote the first book that I wrote. And but the best one is Sell Your Own Damn Movie.
Right,
And
it
came out a while back, but it talks about how people, way before it was fashionable, these little teenagers who were sharing my movies. I welcomed it. I want people to see my art. I don't want them to sell it and not give me the money, right? I'm a dirty Jew. I love money. But if they're just trading it, or they can make 1 million copies. I don't mind. What I don't like are those fucking Chinese racist, genocidal bastards who are selling all our movies and giving us nothing. Hundreds of trauma movies. I've been to China numerous times. I majored in Chinese studies. Now I hate them. But the red Chinese, I hate them. But they don't give us a 1 penny, and it's the elites. If the poor peasants were getting the money, okay, but they don't get it. It's the military and the political elite who own the streaming services in China and who own the factories that make the bootleg Blu-rays, as they say.
To clarify, he's talking about the pillagers, not the people of China. There are many wonderful, incredible people in China. Yes. The Chinese people are an amazing
it's a genocidal, elitist dictatorship.
Exactly.
The people, I'm sure, are lovely. But in fact, I know they're lovely. I've been there about 8 times. And the country was doing great after I got out of Yale. When we were allowed to go, my wife and I went numerous times, and the Shanghai Film Festival did 2 retrospectives to Troma, and And now it's all they're doing is killing over 1 million people in jail, concentration camps just in the north. Imagine how many else are now.
And
they're
what's
putting
about
the
to happen to
clamp on
Hong
Hong
Kong?
Kong. It's a big disgrace. It's like my girlfriend. I majored in Chinese studies. I can still get around in Mandarin, but it's like a wife or a girlfriend. I devoted 4 years of my life to studying that stuff, and I really had hope for the beautiful China culture. And you're correct, David. There's nothing wrong with the Chinese people. But, I'm Jewish. I have Christmas in Chinatown every year.
Well,
I saw somebody really quick who wrote on there too. I'm in Wisconsin. That's my Hollywood. I was going to say that's another thing for anybody, young filmmakers who are watching. You do not have to be in Hollywood or even New York or even Chicago anymore. Look at Joel Petrakis. He's in Grand Rapids, Michigan, making incredible films. You've got people who are the next Lloyds or the next David Lynch, the next, who is it that's coming up in the world right now? Young women and men and trans people who live in small towns, even with access to gear that you and I couldn't get when we were starting, Lloyd.
No.
Like even 10 years ago when I was trying to make an independent short, it was so expensive to rent a camera package and to get the gear you needed.
And post-production is now with computer technology. You can make special effects that are that look just the same as a $200 million movie if you know what you're doing.
By the way, there's a very interesting startup called Kit Split, KITSPLIT, and it's a platform where you can get equipment, the finest Alexa's cameras for a third of what an equipment house would charge. And when we made hashtag Shakespeare Shitstorm, we got all our equipment from kitsplit.com, and saved a shitload, a hashtag shitload of money.
Well, it's
Thank
that
you,
kind of
David.
innovation that's happening, which I think is which is terrific. So if you've got the wherewithal and you've got the talent, you can get the tools now, when before it used to be, like you said, intimidating. But now, as I said before, you can make movies. There's lens packages for your cell phones, and you can even, I was looking at adapting 35 millimeter lenses to your cell phone. It's amazing now. So there's no excuses.
And people are asking on the viewers I see, do you have to have a social message? It's funny because you think back on Toxic. I don't want to get political on here, but sometimes I watch it. I think Bozo could have been right out of one of those insane rallies that we've seen in the last couple of years. And I don't think you have to, but you do have to write what you know or what's in your heart. So it's not like you go to write a film, you have to be thinking, oh, this is my movie about racial division or oppression by the man or whatever. But if you don't give a crap about it, if it's not something like, for me, Animals is about addiction and All Creatures Here Below is about, incest and family abuse. They are issues that are intensely personal to me. And I'm also writing a horror film right now that's almost greenlit that is going to be gory and terrifying and fun and has lots of laughs in it, but it's intensely personal to me.
Oh, I think that's it. It has to begin there. You have to have a story that is personal to you, because that is the fire that burns, that keeps you moving forward, is that desire to get that story out. And I think
everybody gotta watch Toxic Avenger. It's got so many great political and social messages in it, and it's an inclusive film. It brings people in from all. Sorry, go ahead, Lloyd.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. Troma's War. If you watch Troma's War today, it predicted everything. Yeah. From terrorism to poisoning people to this conflict, the pandemic, whatever you call it, pandemic. It's all there. It's amazing. And it's
really
30,
love
40
that
years
movie.
later. Yeah, isn't that
I
something?
love it.
I love it.
But nobody gets it. The Guardian in England, the big mainstream newspaper, just did a big piece on terror firmer. Yeah, thanks a lot. And I made it in 1999. I couldn't get arrested. Now, a lot of good it does me.
No, you got to release the 4K, Ultra HD with Dolby Vision, and it'll.
Well, we did the Blu-ray. Just came out, and that's doing very well. But the key is, Troma's been we part of our so-called business plan. And David, maybe this is useful to you, and I'm sure you do. I hope you keep the rights to your negatives or whatever you call the originals.
Always.
So you build up a library, and then you try to include the team. but also you try to be as entertaining as possible, and also to be something that's near to your soul, your brain, your heart, that means something to you. You make it entertaining. That's the one little thing that I think a lot of young people forget. And by the way, since this is we're talking business, David, I would like you to publicly give me a cameo in your next movie. I work for free, and I pay my own transportation, even though I live in New York. Although I have to wait till I get unlocked here. We're all in lockdown. But
it's on the record here, Robert. This is now official. The next thing that I make, be it TV or film, Lloyd will be making an appearance in.
Well, thank you.
You heard it here first at Mainframe Comic Con. You heard it here first.
Well,
for those who might not know, since it is a Comic Con, Lloyd's in Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, I mean, he's got quite the pedigree.
You don't know what I had to do.
Tied for first, my two favorite Marvel films, Iron Man and Guardians of the Galaxy. And
you're right.
God, it's such a good film. And Lloyd knows talent, man. Lloyd saw the talent in that young guy 20, 30 years ago, Lloyd, 20 years ago. You saw it, you knew.
James Gunn didn't even know. He loved movies, but he never thought about doing it. Gunn wanted to be a writer. He wrote a book, which I read, called The Toy Collector.
It's a great
dark.
book,
it's
too.
Terrific. And but he was going in that direction. And then somebody at HBO who bought our movies in those days had a resume, the brother of somebody who worked for her. And when I saw on the resume that Gunn was a performance artist who vomited on stage, that's our Hitler. So I hired him. And I was spending 4 or 5 years on Romeo and Juliet, getting nowhere. Bingo. I said, here, write this. He came back a week later, and there were 7 urination scenes in the movie. So we did a little trimming.
I was first in line. I was a freshman in college when that film came out, and I was first in line at the 3-penny theater in Chicago on Lincoln Avenue. I'll never forget going. I was first in line. I was so excited, and it starred Sean Gunn and Val Neely, and James wrote it. I mean, it's just, I love it. I love it so much.
It's great. Well, listen. So Lloyd, you've got hashtag Shakespeare's Shitstorm coming out.
Yes, Robert, but it's finished. I don't know now what.
You know what's going to go.
We've sent it. Here's my 50th year. First, we're sending hashtag Shakespeare's Shitstorm to the film festivals, and of course we've been turned down by everyone that we've sent it into, even the genre festivals.
Oh, come on!
I have
really?
a feeling. You'd think my 50th year would mean something, but I have a feeling it's my favorite Shakespeare play is The Tempest. It's the druggiest and trippiest and most magical, and it's extremely personal to me. So I have a feeling it's going to be a good one. And my beautiful wife is one of 3 producers, and she really likes it. And she has not been a big fan of. I mean, she loves my work, but not to the. She feels I go too far, David. I piss people off just to piss them off, and there's some truth to that. But hashtag Shakespeare's Shitstorm. My wife really.
We're looking for that, and
she's
David,
so enthusiastic.
And David, you're coming out. You work for Baron Harkonnen. You're Peter de Vries. You're. I cannot wait. And that hopefully, God willing, will that come out in December? Please.
December of 2020. Yeah, Denis is a master, and I'm very excited for the world to get to see what he's been working on. I think he's been developing and dreaming about this project his whole life. And tomorrow, Lloyd and I will be back at Mainframe Comic Con for the Count Crowley cosplay contest.
Very excited.
Incredible submissions we've had. It blew my mind when I saw people's a couple of images that Chuck shared with me from Mainframe. And so anyway, Lloyd, thank you for letting me be a part of this conversation with you. It's been incredible. Robert, thank you for
my honor.
My opinions. I mean, I'm in a taxi. Oh, cocky. I want to go to the gym later. What do you say? I need to get to the gym. I feel like I need some muscles.
You've got all the muscle you need, David.
Guys,
Oxy and I love you, and Robert. Thank you.
Thank you
both.
It's so great. What an honor.
Well, I want to thank all 3 of you guys, Lloyd, Robert, David, you guys absolutely crushed it. You're our fan favorite guests every single time you guys come on. Come on to Mainframe. There it is.
Lloyd, I'm here to wet your reed whenever you need it.
All right, as Lloyd plays us out, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next guest. There it is. All right, guys. All right, guys. Joining us. By the way, thank you, Lloyd. Love that last note. That's the brown note. I think that was actually the brown note he just hit, and I have the stain to prove it. So joining us here at Mainframe Comic Con right now, guys, one of our fan favorite guests. You know him from his role as Murray Goldberg in the ABC series The Goldbergs. He plays Jeff Green, right-hand man and manager of Larry David on HBO's Curb Your Enthusiasm. He was in Star Wars Episode 9, if you didn't know that. Arrested Development. He's the voice of Buttercup in Toy Story 3 and 4, guys. Chicago's favorite son, Mr. Jeff Garlin. How is it going, Jeff?
How are you? I knew I was doing this today. I had no idea what we're going to talk about. By the way, great idea to do something like this. And normally I don't go to Comic Cons. I mean, I used to. Before anyone knew who I was, I would go to Comic Cons in Chicago, here, New York. I love because I love comic books and I love Famous Monsters of Filmland. And yeah, I just woke up. I'm in my kitchen. The light you see is actually a skylight, so it's all a little bit bright. But I'm happy to be with you here, Chuck Lindsay. You're Chuck Lindsay.
I am indeed, and you are Jeff Garlin.
I'll be playing saxophone when I'm done. Oh. By the way, you mentioned, yes, Star Wars, which we can talk about.
Let's get into that.
Okay. But the thing that I'm, in terms of Comic-Con, I mean, look, people love Curb and a lot of people love the Goldbergs, but Wally's the thing I'm more proud of than anything I've ever done, including Curb, anything. Wally.
Why does that sit so high on your pedestal of your career?
When I worked on it for 3 years, I did not see a second of film. I saw nothing. I did it from my imagination with the director in a booth. And then I went to Pixar has 2 premieres for their movies. They have a Pixar premiere up in Oakland-ish, San Francisco, depending what theater, whatever, what have you, because I've been to numerous ones. It's always different. But it's strictly for an in-house big premiere, big party for Pixar. Then they have the one down here in Hollywood, another opening. The Pixar opening's way better, I just have to say. I mean, all the openings are great, but and so I didn't see a thing in the movie until I went to the Pixar premiere, and I was crying when I was watching because I couldn't believe that I was part of something so beautiful.
That blows my mind. I mean, every time we have people who work in animation and stuff, it always kind of trips me out that you're just a guy in a studio. I mean, you've done so many voices. I mean, you were the captain in Wally. You were Buttercup the Unicorn.
Buttercup the Unicorn in the Toy Story movie.
Toy 3 and 4. I mean, you were Otis in Cars. You were in Paranorman.
Yeah.
How much time do you spend in the studio? Like, if you're doing one of these voice gigs, say it's something like Buttercup.
Yeah.
I mean, is it knocked out in a week? Is it knocked out in a month?
No, it's never knocked out in a week. What they do is, depending on the role, like I said, I worked 3 years on Wally because what Pixar does to make sure they get the movie right, they make the movie a bunch of times. They get harsh notes from one another, from the creatives at Pixar. They get really tough notes. Like I know a lot of the directors, and I've worked with a lot of directors. They get beaten up by each other, but only to get something great. And so you'll start recording again, and then you'll start recording again. And it just goes on and on and on. Even something small will be at least 2 sessions.
When you're in the studio with them, I mean, are you completely solo? Is it you and a tripod and a microphone, or you get to interact with other people?
On Pixar, it's me alone. I'm alone. And when I say I don't see anything, I choose that. like they don't show you a lot, but they will want to show you things. And then when you're doing looping, when you have to, say things, I don't look, when I do like regular live action, I don't look at the screen when I loop. I listen to it, I go play it, okay. And then I try and match what they want, and I get it really quick. So even when I'm doing an animated movie, I'm not looking at the screen. So I see nothing until the movie. However, Paranorman, Leslie Mann and I played husband and wife, and one of the sessions we recorded together, which was unusual. And then we improvised.
So, man, just sticking on the animation stuff, your career is so huge. I mean, we could do this for an hour.
My career is huge.
It's massive.
And by the way, above me, that's an actual sticker I put on one of my photos.
I'm glad you got that. I was afraid it got lost in the mail. When you were working on Toy Story 4, I mean,
the sticker moves.
Oh,
wherever
wow.
I put it, right over David Bowie's head.
Wow, the geniuses of Pixar are working in overtime on Mainframe Comic Con right now. When you were working on Toy Story 4, I mean, I don't know if you watched Bulls The Last Dance on ESPN, but was there this sense of this is the final movie when you were doing Toy Story 4? Was that kind of the vibe?
I thought that when I was doing Toy Story 3. I think that every year when we film Curb Your Enthusiasm, I'm always appreciating, I aspire to always appreciate what I'm doing and what I have. And I can tell you that it's nice to make money. Everybody in the world will tell you that. But the joy I get out of my work is the work. I generally, unless I'm the person making it, I don't look at the process, and I watch the film maybe once. Like I'd say I'd seen WALL-E more than other things I've been in. And I've probably seen that 3 times. I went, the last time I went was the last night it played in the theater on Hollywood Boulevard.
It's the only time? You've only seen it 3 times?
Yeah, because there's appreciating that I was part of something. Like I told you, I cried when I first saw WALL-E. But for me, the joy is in the doing.
Yeah.
And if it's not in the doing, I don't care what they're paying you. Ugh. I'm an old man now, and so I do things for joy. I'm here with you today because I love comic books. I love comic book conventions. It's a shame that we can't have them right now. We will again. We'll all be walking in some convention center, some people in cosplay outfits. We will do it again. Just we can't now. So when I was told about this, I'm like, yeah, I'd love to do it.
Well, and on that note, can I give you a virtual high five?
Yeah. I don't stop.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff Garlin. Well, you mentioned Curb Your Enthusiasm just a second ago. People might not realize, I mean, you're not just one of the stars of the show, you're also executive producer. You've worn the director hat several times.
One time. I directed lots of different things and movies and such. I directed Curb once. Larry, because as we don't have actor directors, we have writer directors on. So me being on the show, it was nice of Larry let me do it once, but that's not something, for whatever reason, that he's comfortable with, and I'm okay with it. And also as a producer, you have more than enough say so. Like you're creatively involved as a producer.
I mean, from a production standpoint, I mean, Curb Your Enthusiasm has to be drastically different as from behind the camera than producing and working on something like the Goldbergs. What's
really different?
Yeah, I read somewhere that a lot of it was there was a lot of improvisation going on the set of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Curb, we have an outline that's probably around 7 pages, which equals about a half hour. Okay, and we'll shoot a scene, and then we'll shoot it different, and then we'll shoot it different, and then we'll bring back something. It's adjusting on the fly from an outline. Very few words are written. I mean, like, you have to say this. It's all improvised. So I've been improvising on that show for more than 10 seasons.
Well, speaking of improvisation, you may not be aware of this, but we're broadcasting Mainframe from the Lakeview neighborhood of Chicago. in
Oh,
the
really?
in the shadow of Wrigley Field. We're about 2 blocks south of Wrigley Field right now.
2 blocks south of Wrigley, which would put you. Are you on the east or the
3
west
blocks.
side of the street?
We are on the east side of Clark Street on
East side of
Buckingham.
Clark Street on going down. So there's a bar either to the left or the right of where you're at.
You know where El Jardín, the Mexican restaurant, is on
Yeah,
Clark
sure.
and Buckingham? I'm 2 doors down from El Jardín right
How
now.
about that? I love Chicago comics.
They're our sponsor. Huge shout out to Chicago. Can you just say that one more time without me interrupting
When
you?
I'm in Chicago, I go into Chicago Comics and I spend hundreds of dollars.
That's
Never thousands, but I spend hundreds because I feel that me making the money that I make, me loving what I love, I want that store to continue. That's very important to me. I support all my independent bookstores, comic book stores like that. I have comic book stores all over that I love, but Chicago Comics, right there before Diversity. I like it.
When we did Mainframe Comic Con #1, we were broadcasting in Chicago Comics. They opened our doors to us because they were closed because of the social quarantine thing, and we did the broadcast in Chicago Comics.
So is this one you do online every year?
This is our second go round for Mainframe. We just started it once the social quarantine started. All donations that come in from the website are going to go to COVID-19 relief.
Well, last year you did it, even though you didn't have to be this way. You did it this way.
It's not an annual thing. We did the last one at the end of April. So we typically do this sort of thing at C2E2 and some of our.
Asking me, it's very kind of you.
The people at Chicago Comics are going to flip lids when they see your when they watch this video, which they're probably watching right now online.
Great comic book store. And by the way, people. I mean, look, there might be one jerk, but in general, everyone I've ever dealt with or watched dealing with stuff, everyone in there is so helpful and nice.
Wow, that's absolutely huge. Well, you're from Chicago.
Bookstore on North Avenue, the other place too.
Which on North Avenue?
But like the alternative comic book store.
I know. There's Graham Cracker. There's Chicago Comics. There's the Dark Tower. There's a million comic shops in Chicago.
No, this one's an alternative comic book store. Strictly alternative books and comic books. All right, my brain.
I like talking about Chicago with real Chicago people. You were actually an alum of Second City, yeah?
Yep, born in the Michael Reese Hospital, city of Chicago. I was in Second City. Yeah.
So let's talk about the Cubs for just 2 seconds. Game 4 of the World Series, you got to actually take the field, walk out there, say play ball, and hype up the fans on the field. Game 4 of the regular season.
What's so funny? Game 3, which was the first World Series game in I don't know how long. I mean, we do know 1945. First World Series game since 45. It was a weird feeling, Game 3. You're sitting in the stands, and there's a feeling in the stands of, is this right? We're in the World Series. What the heck's going on? So that night, laying in bed, I'm like, boy, I wish I could give a speech to pump everybody up and explain what happened. And the Cubs call me and they go, and they trust me. I mean, I have a long relationship with them, the people that work at the Cubs. They said, will you do the play ball? And I said, can I give a short speech? And they didn't even hesitate. They said, sure. Wow. And I gave a speech talking about how last night we weren't ready for it. It was unusual and it felt very strange to all of us. And I'm everyone. So everyone I know is agreeing with me because everyone I had talked to felt that way. I go, but tonight it's going to be different. Tonight we're experienced. Tonight we win. Go play ball. Yeah. And of course we lost. However,
we were outside that game, just so you know.
Okay. Well, being on the field, the next night I was on the field with Joe Madden, and I was talking to him about what's going on. And he said, he was so calm. I'll never forget this. He goes, we got this. Now, mind you, they're down, 2 games to 1, 3 games to nothing?
Yeah, 2-1 at that point, the Game 4?
No, they won the rest of 2-1. 2-1, and they won the 3 in the row, right?
Yep.
Because they had lost. And he just was so calm and said, "We got this." And I believed him. And we did. And it is so joyful. So, okay, there you go.
Well, man, I wish this was an hour-long panel. I could talk all day, but I just want to say you got such
Nathan Martinez has a question on here. Do you see it?
Go for it. Jeff, what was your favorite ultimate favorite movie you have done in your entire career that you would either do again, updated, or do a sequel to?
Well, I'm not going to say no to Wall-E. I don't know what the sequel would be. That's why it's kind of perfect. But yeah, by the way, anything that I have done, I'm not anti-sequel. I'm pro good, great anything. So you make a sequel, it's great. So any TV show, any movie that people loved, that's great. I do, if it's good. I'm too old to do stuff for money. And I know that people must hear that and go, "What? No, man." And I'm not so independently wealthy. It's just that it's hard. Look, you may not think it's hard to do what I do, but it is. It takes great skill. There's talent, there's craft, there's so much. And you're spending close time with people. So if you're working on something with jerky people that's not good, that you're doing for the money, trust me, it's going to knock you down. That's what it does to me. It makes me sad. I'd rather do something because it's joyful. I know I have to make a living, but I do things because they're joyful.
Well, Chad, I know you're in the background. I want to throw up a lot of questions because I don't know if you realize this. When we announced that you were going to do Mainframe Comic Con, the reaction was huge. We got the biggest fan reaction when people heard that Jeff Garlin was going to be here. So I want to open it up to people in the chat. Guys, put your questions in. You only got a few more minutes to ask your lifelong questions for Mr. Jeff Garlin. So put them up there. We're going to put them on the screen.
When you were 3 years old and you thought, if I ever get the opportunity to ask Jeff Garlin.
When I lost my keys, I want to talk really quickly about the Goldbergs because last time we did Mainframe Comic Con, we had Kevin Smith on, who speaks so fondly of the entire cast of the Goldbergs. He said he'll come back and direct anytime. What was your experience like working like
that? The experience is, by the way, I'll use the word joyful. I love, as a friend or working with, I love being around Kevin. His last movie I was supposed to do, I couldn't do it because of my Goldberg schedule. I couldn't go to New Orleans and work with him. But I love him, and the cast loves him, and the crew loves him. He's beloved. I would work with him any day of the week. He's a joy.
Hey, he's
and we
the greatest guy.
Goldbergs with him. It's fun.
Yeah, he said on record he'd come back anytime. BA in the house asks you a question. Says, Jeff, do you respect wood?
Well, it's supposed to be respect the wood.
The wood.
Yeah, the wood.
Clear Curb Your Enthusiasm reference.
That's one of the few Curb Your Enthusiasm references that I get. Generally, people will walk up to me and say a line from the show, and they have to remind me. I mean, I know all of them, but I have to be reminded. But respecting the wood is, that's one.
I want to say this. Asian Funk's Comics says, shout out to Chicago Comics. Good job. They're going to freak out. Asian Funk
Comics, and not Asian Funk or Arizona North Funk Comics.
Asian Funk. I screwed that up actually last time on Mainframe, so I got it right this time.
I have a great vinyl collection, and most of it is Asian Funk.
There you go. Okay. Going back to Curb.
Yeah.
Season 7, super heavy on the Seinfeld reunion.
Yes. Yes.
How long was that sitting in Larry's back pocket? I mean, you guys must have been sitting on that concept for a while. And what made it come to light?
Concepts. When Larry decides he wants to do something, that's what we do. So I can only guess that, well, look, for years, I'm not even going to go to Jerry. I'm going to say Larry. For years, Larry has been approached about doing a Seinfeld reunion. And I know Jerry has too, And this was Larry and Jerry's way, even though Larry created it. But I know they both love the idea that in a creative way, in a new way, they're doing the reunion, which I loved. And to be part of it, I wasn't a big on-camera in that season, but I was off camera every scene. And being a Seinfeld fan, it was exciting.
Yeah, it was like the way they did it and the way they produced it and edited it together. It was like seeing a Seinfeld reunion without actually seeing a Seinfeld reunion.
That's why they were so happy.
Yeah, yeah. It was poetry. Angie Bear, right? So why did you take such a big scoop of pink berry yogurt? So many Curb references.
Oh, that's
you remember
Curb?
that one? That was Curb. When you were getting yogurt for the dog.
I'm supposed to get it for my dog. Right. Why did I take such a big scoop of pink berry yogurt? I'll just say this, because it's delicious.
There you go, Angie. I know our director who is in the background right now. He actually wanted to come on and ask you a quick question. Chad, are you there?
Chad.
And do you have a question for Mr. Jeff Garlin?
Oh, there's Chad. Look at Chad. Chad with comic book things behind him.
I feel like I've turned into a hybrid of your two characters on Goldberg and Curb. As soon as I walk in the house, I take my pants off, and I don't even make it out of the garage without my pants on. I just sit on the couch.
By the way, wearing boxers right now. Hold on.
Oh, I am too. Show.
Where am I? Here.
Cow's out of the barn, Jeff.
There you go.
Cow's out of the barn, Jeff. Watch out.
Oh, is it?
No, you're good.
By the way, I had that happen to me once, twice. Conan O'Brien, zipper open. My wiener wasn't out, and also The View. And The View I didn't discover until after I went to the bathroom and I looked down after I did my appearance. I'm like, oh my God, it was open the whole time.
It is called The View.
Yeah.
So my question really is when are you guys going to be coming back with Curb? Is it going to be another how many years?
Oh no, it should be when this thing dies down a bit.
All right, and
I don't know how. Look, I know that we're scheduled to go back with the Goldbergs in August, but the Goldbergs, if we do it, is a very controlled environment. We probably would have to we wouldn't be shooting anything with a lot of extras, so no graduation scenes. I imagine a lot extras are going to be out the window, but we're supposed to go back in August, and it'll be a new way of shooting. Now, Curb, which is always on location, there's always, not always, but quite often background. So I don't know when or how we can shoot it.
Well,
but I feel strong that we will. I can't say for sure, but I think we will do another season.
Any advice on opening up a Spite store?
A Spite store. Well, make sure that with your Spite that it drives you, and then you can put the other person out of business. Otherwise, who wants a failed Spite store?
That's just embarrassing.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Nice meeting you, Chad.
Thanks, Chad. I gotta ask you. I mean, Star Wars Episode 9, you did get to be an actual character, an actual alien in full makeup. And
the whole, scan of me too. Here's the thing. If you watch Disney Plus, there's a behind the scenes on the makeup and the wardrobe. I know that I'm really seen in that. The movie, and by the way, truth be told, I haven't spoken to JJ since the movie premiered. We've texted a bunch. We're supposed to FaceTime. But I wanted to say to him, you couldn't hold for a second, because I got to tell you, my gut feeling is I'm on screen for 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second. I was with my boys. I was sitting near friends, and no one saw me except me. I knew when and where, and I'm like, there I am. So I am on the screen. If you freeze it at the right spot, you can see me, and I'm an alien. I was in this. I went in makeup for like 4 hours.
Good makeup too. I've seen it. I've Googled it.
Academy Award-winning makeup artists were working on me, and it was delightful. I actually enjoyed the whole process. Very hot, wearing a very hot outfit, but I ended up on the point of it. To really be honest, is look, I'm more of a Star Trek guy.
Okay,
but I really enjoy the Star Wars movies. I'm not like anti, but like in terms of an emotional connection, I go back to a little boy on Saturday nights watching Star Trek. Like I go back to the original. So that has meaning to me. Star Wars was, I think, 76 or 77, and I saw it in the theater, and I thought it was great, but it didn't blow my mind. It was great, like other science fiction movies. And so for me, the point of this was really to hang out with JJ and hang out with Michelle Rejwan. She's one of the two producers who used to be my assistant, used to be JJ's assistant. I got her that job. And then she's gone on to be a movie producer. And it was to spend time with her and him. And I got to spend some nice time with them. So I'm not worried about being in the movie, and knowing that I'm on screen for a tenth of a second makes me laugh. But the purpose was to hang out with them. And I love going to London. I paid for it. I didn't get a penny. I paid for my own hotel. I paid for my own flight, my own meals. Although I did, I think, eat on the set that day.
Surprising, because I think Disney made like $8-10 billion last year.
Yeah, but they didn't need me. It's not like they used me. They didn't need me. This was something that JJ does behind the scenes. Is he has friends of his, do these parts where you don't know it's them.
Well, Jeff, we got time for one more question. I just had to get it in because it's from Cole Hall. Huge fan of yours. Just asked, what's your favorite memory from the Goldbergs? And we'll wrap it up at that.
Well, I love the people. I love the crew. I love the actors. I love the writers. I love everybody that I'm involved with on the Goldbergs. So it's all very warm. Well, come here. Hold on one second. I'm going to give you two. One is we were filming the pilot in the West Valley in what's his name? It's not important right now, but there's this house across the street, and we'd see the window shades move and not. And I remember telling, this just stands out as something that made me happy. I told Wendy that house is filled with albinos. There's a bunch of albinos living there. For whatever reason, that struck her as so funny. She couldn't stop laughing all day. We had a shootout there, and she was laughing all day. That just came to me. But the most important favorite thing from the thing, hold on, Sage. All right, give me a second here. Hold on one second.
Guys, when Jeff gets back, we're going to bring on Maxwell Jenkins and Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett. So nice wallpaper, by the way, Jeff.
Thank you.
What do you call those?
Those
fish.
This is my dog. This is Sage. Hi, Sage.
Hi, Sage. High five, Sage.
Sage is the dog from the Goldbergs.
Look at that.
I met Sage. She plays the part of Lucky on the Goldbergs. And this past year, I adopted her. So my dog from the Goldbergs is actually my dog.
So your kids go to Star Wars with you. Your dog's on Goldbergs with you.
Yes.
You want to adopt me, Jeff?
We had a set romance, and it came home with me. I love you. Yes.
We can't thank you enough for coming on Mainframe Comic Con. I barely scratched the surface of questions I'd like to ask you. So we would love to
have me on next time, Chuck.
We will have you on next time live here from Chicago.
Maybe I'll come to Chicago. Yeah. All right.
Well, let me know when you're at Chicago Comics. We'll link up. I'll buy you a book.
Thanks, Chuck Lindsay. Enjoy your good looks.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Enjoy your old age.
Thank you, my friend.
All right, have a good week.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Without further ado, here to help us introduce and interview our next guest, back again, the master of fun and wonder, Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett. Are you there, Rob?
I am here. I'm very excited to introduce our next guest because, as people might not know, or if they do know, America just returned to space. NASA and SpaceX launched the Dragon Crew capsule. We are now in orbit. For the first time in 9 years, Americans are in space from American soil. So I cannot think of anything better than to talk to our next guest about a show that I dearly, dearly love. I'm very honored to be talking to Maxwell Jenkins. I don't know if he goes by Max, but he's coming out in Good Joe Bell with Mark Wahlberg and Connie Britton, who I have a massive crush on, so I'm happy that he's doing that. But he's also the heart and soul of Netflix's Lost in Space, which is the reboot, of course, of the Irwin Allen series of the 1960s. And boy, Will Robinson. I can't wait to talk to him. So give a great round of applause to Mr. Maxwell Jenkins. Maxwell, do you go by Max or Maxwell?
Anything is good. My friends call me Max, so you can call me Max.
All right, Max, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for being here. And it's amazing that I'm talking to you right as America herself has made it back to space.
I know. I was actually, okay, full honesty, like a minute before I got on here, like I had been watching
Dude, so was I.
So I was like, oh my goodness. And then they brought me in just right now. And I was like, oh God, I got to put this away.
Amazing. Well, we only have half an hour and everybody wants to hear from you. Reading a little bit about you, you started performing when you were 3 because your dad was in the circus?
So my mom and my dad, we run a circus here in Chicago, but we've toured from all around the world. We've gone to Montreal, and they used to play in Europe. I remember they did actually a festival in Germany. I remember hearing stories about it with this really cool band called Liquid Soul. I don't know if you heard of them, but they're really great. And so I kind of grew up surrounded by these amazing musicians and performers from all over the world.
So was it something that obviously it was in your blood? You were born into a performing family and you've been a performer ever since and working on your craft. You're like many people are just starting out in their careers, but you've been doing this for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, when I didn't really plan on being an actor. I was always like doing circus and music. Those were my 2 things. And then when I was about 8 years old, actually, my mom was an actress, but my parents didn't want me in the business. So like, it's bad business for kids. You don't want to be in it. And then I think her agent was like, you know what, why don't we just send him out for this interview? So I went out for an interview once. And then the next thing I knew, I was on a plane to LA for a screen test. So it kind of just went from there. But yeah, I started out in the circus. So I've been performing ever since I was practically born.
Amazing. Well, I grew up a big geek, and you've been in 2 shows now, Sense8 that the Wachowskis created, and Michael Straczynski, who was from Babylon 5, worked on, obviously, and now you're in Lost in Space. I have to say, Lost in Space is a tremendous, tremendous show. I love it so much. And I think what's so great about it is your ensemble cast, you and your parents and the Robinson family. How did you come to get the job? How was it an audition? I mean, how did you find yourself on that show?
Yeah, I mean, so that's actually a funny story because I almost wasn't even going to be Will Robinson. So I came home from school one day. I go to my public school a few blocks away, and I'm walking. I was actually unicycling, I think, because I used to unicycle.
Of course you did. The circus.
So I come home and I walk upstairs because I'm like, hey mom, how you doing? I'm back from school. And I see the script on the desk. So I'm reading through it and I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I get the little kid gets a robot best friend and gets to fly a spaceship. Like growing up as a sci-fi fan and especially like an Iron Giant fan, I was like,
such a good movie.
Oh my God, E.T. I also, even though it's not sci-fi, I'm pretty fond of the Black Stallion. So like growing up surrounded by these movies and interests, I was like, this is the perfect show. And she goes, oh yeah, well, I mean, I got that 2 weeks ago, but we passed on it because it takes you away from home too long. And I was like, what? What? So she's like, I mean, we can call and see if it's not too late. So I went on tape for it, and it kind of just went from there. And I met Zach and Burke and Matt, and we really kind of hit it off from there. And now I'm Will Robinson.
You are Will, and you're a fantastic Will Robinson, and your performance is really, I think, the heart of the show, and the show has a lot of heart. I mean, we don't see, it's funny to say this because I love sci-fi, but I love the wholesome family nature of Lost in Space, and I'm the first guy that wants to see blood and guts and laser fire and aliens tearing people to shreds. But I think what's so great about your show is it is such a family. The bond that you all have is so great. What is it like working with your fellow actors? Is it the same, like to watch the show? Is it the same to make the show? Do you guys get along, and is everybody like they are on camera? Do you have that familial atmosphere on set?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like from the beginning we kind of hit it off. it didn't take long to really bond. And people on the show, I feel like, are cast really perfectly. They embody who they are in a sense.
Right.
Like Molly and Toby really do become kind of like the parents on set. And Toby, like, even though he does play a super like intense Navy SEAL guy, you
Right.
kind of see John crack a few jokes here and there. And that is definitely an aspect that Toby has, even though in real life Toby is a huge jokester. And me and Parker is, I really call Parker my aunt, even though we don't get along in the show that well. In real life, me and Parker are super close. And Ignacio is like my big brother. Like, we text every other day, if not every day.
Right. Well, I mean, let me ask you, one of the things about the show that I love so much is that the danger, literally, danger, Will Robinson, it gets piled on. I mean, it gets to the point where you break a sweat watching the show because it gets so tense. When you guys are making it, it seems to be like it's a pretty big production. I mean, there's a lot of effects work. There's a lot of set pieces. You're on location a lot of the time too, if you're not on a space station or in the Jupiter 2 or something. Is it a hard show for you because you have a lot of the responsibility of carrying the weight? I mean, really, there's a lot of the show that revolves around you. Is it tough? Is it a grind? Is it hard to make?
I mean, I feel like it is it's really hard work, but without like the crew and my amazing castmates, they really make the show what it is. Because without the crew, we wouldn't get anything done. It really does take a village to make the show what it is. So
Right.
I feel like, yes, it's hard work, and we do film in some like pretty intense locations. Like they're filming in Vancouver. Vancouver is arguably my favorite city in the world. But it rains a lot there, and we were filming there during the rainy season. So we once went like, I think it was something like, oh God, it must have been like 40 something days without seeing the sun. It was intense. It was the rainiest season they had since like the 1980s, which for me is a long time ago. So,
right.
But yeah, I would say that it has its challenges, but with the crew there, it makes it super fun and really enjoyable.
Right. Now, how long does a season, like you've done 2 seasons now, do you shoot the whole season? Do you go into production and shoot everything, all the episodes at once? Or is it broken up where you go to location and then you go back to the sound stage? I mean, how long do you work on a season for?
Yeah, so when we're filming in season 1, when we were filming season 1, we did it all in order. So we would do episode 1, episode 2, episode 3.
Wow.
Well, generally in order. We would have to go back for some reshoots. Actually, for the tree scene from episode 1,
Yeah.
we filmed that 5 times over the course of like 6 or 7 months. That was pretty intense. Like we once filmed it out in the forest, and it was pretty dang cold. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Right.
Because it's a night shoot and we're outside, so it was tough. But we also filmed that on a soundstage and stuff. But for season 2, it was definitely kind of jumbled around. We started with episode 6 and 7, then we went to like episode, I want to say 1, 2, then to episode 8, then to episode 3. It was kind of jumbled around in there. But yeah, I would say it kind of changes around depending on what you have to reshoot and stuff like that.
Right. When you were doing episode 2 there's a lot of water in the first half of episode 2. Was that, how did you guys do that? Were you in tanks? Were you out on the water for real? Like, it looked like it was pretty harrowing at certain points.
So I was lucky. Me and Toby got lucky because we both get hurt in the episode. So we're below deck for a large portion of it.
Right.
But, so we kind of did a combination of tank, VFX, and actually like being out on top of the Jupiter 2. So they built the top of the Jupiter 2 and they put masts up. Well, they green screened the top part of the mast, but there were parts of it that were up, and they did the steering wheel and everything. So we did, and they had like 6 water cannons that they would shoot at you, and you would feel like getting hit with a wave. Like, and in those spacesuits, like it's not the easiest to move around.
Right.
So you're being hit and you're like, oh. but thank goodness we got these we have these like kind of boots, and they're actual like really like great hiking boots that we wear, our spacesuit boots.
Right.
So walking around that deck wasn't too bad. And then Molly, Taylor, Mina, and Parker, they actually had to, so they had to film out there at night a few times, and I cannot imagine. Oh my gosh, I remember like being at a lunch break and or staying after just to like getting out of my wardrobe and stuff, and I'll just see them out there just getting hit with water. I'm like, oh my god, they're like superheroes. That's insane.
Well, obviously I've got to ask you about the robot itself. I mean, I know it's a combination of things to bring it to life, but I guess to start with, is it difficult to create for you as an actor an emotional bond with something that isn't really real? Like you're supposed to have this relationship with this robot, and of course, it's special effects and people working it. And is that hard? Is it hard to like elicit to bring up emotion from deep inside of you as an actor?
I mean, it is challenging, but I would say that. Oh, thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Sophia. I like the shirt too. But I would say that it is pretty challenging. It was challenging in the beginning, I would say.
Right.
Like getting used to acting off. Like sometimes it's just a tennis ball on a stick. Like for the tree scene, it's just a tennis ball on a stick, and they're like, "Great, cry and act afraid of that thing." So I would say it was difficult in the beginning, but then I kind of put the connection between between the robot and my two rescued well, actually 3 rescued Pipples now, but back then I had 2. So
what are their names? What are your Pitbull's names?
Well, back then it was Rosie Ray and Junebug, and recently Junebug actually passed away, but we did adopt 2 new puppies, Ricky and Bobby, for any Talladega Nights fans out there. Yeah, they're amazing. They're actually downstairs. They're taking a nap. But I kind of put it together because the robot is kind of this fierce, kind of scary looking creature, but it ends up being a great best friend. Sometimes the friends that you never had, and really a great protector. They're always loyal. They're there for you, and that's what my 2 Pipples are. So I feel like drawing that connection made it easier to act off of the robot.
That's a great insight in terms of the craft of acting. I thought that's good. That's good. So when you're there, when you're working with, because a lot of people don't understand that you can't work a full 12 hours, can you?
No, because I'm a minor. So thank goodness SAG has really great child labor laws, and they're really great about making sure I get my school, making sure I'm not overworked,
And that would be the Screen Actors Guild that protects actors. And you have to go to school on set, don't you?
I do. So school is 3 hours a day, but you can get it in like 20-minute increments. So it's a bit challenging to like do that.
Right.
And, like one minute you're being chased by a horde of angry robots, then the next minute you're doing trig. So
I hated trigonometry.
It's a bit challenging.
I hated it. So you're going to do a 3rd and final season of the show, which is a bummer. I'm like, why do I have to cancel after 3 seasons? I mean, I know I wish I could go on because I love the show, but where are you in terms of well, obviously you're not in production at all because nobody is now, but how far along is season 3? Have all the scripts been written? Have you shot anything from season 3 yet?
Yeah, so I actually, being an actor, I feel like we're kind of like the last to know.
Right. Right. And you are.
We are. Like I actually filming season 2. I got the script for episode 7 2 days before we went to go film it. So I was kind of like, whoa. But from what I've heard and what I've talked with Zach, our showrunner, about, and Burke and Matt, our creators and writers, from what I've heard is like season 2 is going to be really epic, and it's going to be like well worth the wait. Till 2021 is what they're hoping for.
Right.
And I don't know much, but like some questions that I want answered are like, what's the Fortuna? Like, why is it out here? What happened to this planet? Did the robot come? Like, I genuinely want to know, because being a sci-fi fan, I'm a fan of the show.
Right.
So I kind of consider myself like watching Lost in Space. I kind of lose track that I'm in the show, and I'm like, oh man, I'm such a big fan of this show. Like, who's in it? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there are some questions that I want answered that hopefully Matt and Burke answer, which I'm sure they will, because they're phenomenal writers.
Well, I have the same questions that you have. By the way, Sabrina Mora says you're her idol and she loves you so much.
Oh my God.
I'm just reading that on the live chat. So I figured, why not throw that your way?
Thank you so much.
Now, I'm curious, when you finally see the finished show, obviously what people a lot of the time don't understand is actors come, you do your work and you leave, but then there's so much post-production time from the time you've actually shot the show to when you can actually see it. Do you ever get to go? Do they invite you to the edit bay? Do they ever get to do they show you things, or do you have to wait before you see it? Maybe Netflix has a premiere. Do you have to wait till it all drops on Netflix so you can binge it with everybody else?
Right. So obviously, like, sometimes when I'm visiting, like when I'm in LA, because I live in Chicago. Speaking of which, are you guys at Chicago Comics right now?
I'm in Los Angeles right now.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, I remember the guy before said that he was at Chicago Comics.
Yeah,
So
Jeff Garlin.
I was actually
Yeah,
at Chicago Comics yesterday, picking up a manga, because I've been getting into more of that manga and Japanese kind of pop culture stuff.
Yeah. What
anyways,
was it? What manga would you pick up?
It's Samurai 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Such a great. I started reading yesterday. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's really good, because I'm a huge Naruto fan. And the guy who created Naruto did Samurai 8, so I was really interested in that. But anyways, sometimes I'll visit out in LA and I'll stop by the VFX studio to like get a sneak peek at what they're doing. But like, these guys are really working up until like the moment before it launches. So, so the first time I'll really see the finished product in its entirety is when everyone else sees it.
Right.
So, like, I stayed up because it launches at 2 a.m. in the morning here in Chicago, because it launches at midnight Pacific time.
Yeah.
So me and my sister, and pre-Corona times, my friends, because you'd have a sleepover, they'd come over and we would wait till 2 a.m. to watch it.
Did you stay up all night and binge as many episodes as you could?
So I didn't, because I made it till episode 7, and then I was like, you know what? I know what happens next, and I fell asleep. I'm gonna be honest, because it was like, what? It's got to be like the crack of dawn then. So I was like, I'm gonna go to bed. But then I woke up, and then like a couple hours later, I was binging it. Episode 10 actually was my favorite episode, because we got to work with David Nutter. So I was super stoked to getting to that episode.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I mean, he goes all the way back to, he was directing X-Files episodes in the 90s.
Right.
He's directed Game of Thrones. I mean, he's one of the great sci-fi, fantasy, and even horror directors working in television. The guy's a master.
Oh, he's amazing. Yeah, and working with David was really spectacular. I learned so much on that episode. And actually filming season 2, he wasn't a director for season 2 with us because schedules didn't work out, I guess. But I actually got to he came and visited Vancouver, and he stopped by and we had brunch, and it was really good to reconnect with David, because we're in contact today. David's a really good friend. So,
well, that's great to hear. Now, I guess I can ask you, do we only have to talk about Lost in Space? I mean, can I ask you about this new movie that you have coming out, working with Mark Wahlberg and Connie Britton, who I've been madly in love with her since Friday Night Lights. What's your new movie about, and what can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so this new movie is based on a true story about Jaden Bell, and he is a teenager in Oregon, and he is tragically bullied for being openly gay, and unfortunately he takes his own life. So I play his younger brother, and Jaden's played by the fantastic Reed Miller, who we really bonded over. He's like a brother to me. but yeah, it's really an important story about how the family deals with it, the events leading up, and all of it. And I feel like it's an important story for the times we're in now, because we really need to teach tolerance and accepting
Absolutely.
others, even though they're different. I think that's really important. So yeah, it's a really great film, and the script was amazing. I actually got to talk with the real Joseph Bell, Jaden's younger brother.
Wow.
And he is really an amazing guy. And he was like, there's some stuff that, if you don't mind, I'd like you to talk to the writers about. And the writers were totally, the director, Reynaldo Green, was totally open to incorporating it in. And it was just a really amazing process. I hadn't really done a film for years since then. So being able to do another film and being able to do a film like that was truly an amazing experience.
Yeah, and what was it like? I mean, I have to ask. I've seen Mark Wahlberg growing up myself. I mean, he used to be Marky Mark from the Funky Bunch, and he's turned into such a great actor, and he's producing now. And what was it like working with him?
Yeah, Mark is really, first of all, an amazing actor, and on the other hand, an amazing teacher, and most importantly, an amazing human being. He's so kind. From like the day that I got there, we were filming a pretty challenging scene, and it was my first day. I was a bit nervous. I hadn't done a film in a while since I had done one with Gerard Butler, who is really still a great friend. I was talking with him the other day, but I was a bit nervous, and he really welcomed me into the crew and into the cast, and yeah, he was an amazing human being. And actually, I was a bit intimidated too, because I'm a huge Mark Wahlberg fan. The Fighter is one of my favorite movies.
So good.
So good.
So good.
Actually, two of my favorite boxing movies. Well, Rocky, my all-time favorite, but The Fighter and Southpaw with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Another great movie.
Another great movie. Jake Gyllenhaal, producer on the show, on the movie. Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet him, but hopefully one day, because Mysterio. I mean, right?
Right. I'm a huge. If you haven't seen a movie called Nightcrawler, Jake Gyllenhaal stars in that amazing performance. Well, let me ask you, when you finally work with somebody that you're a fan of, do you ever just totally fanboy out? Is it hard? Because you have to be yeah, we're working together. We're on the same movie together. You got to be all cool. But do you ever take somebody aside and go, dude, I gotta tell you, I loved you in this. Do you ever do that?
I mean, yeah, but it's more instead of being dude, I gotta tell you this, I'm not a cool person. So it's more oh my God, I love you. Oh my God. I start sweating and I'm I can't talk. So for a sci-fi instance, Mark Hamill came to our premiere.
Oh my God.
Well,
wow.
Because Bill Mumy is who played the original Will Robinson, I'm proud to call him a really amazing friend and mentor. And I don't think that the way my version of Will Robinson was portrayed, it wouldn't be the same without him. Because when he came and visited set, first of all, he made Will Robinson who he is. Second of all, he really passed the torch in a really generous way. And he also gave me some really insightful pieces into Will Robinson. Will Robinson can never be negative. He always has to be that kind of ray of positivity, and always has to be hope. They're in a pretty dire situation, and Will Robinson is kind of that hope in that world. And Bill really brought that in. But I remember having dinner with Bill a week before the premiere, because I was in LA. We had just gotten back from going to Tokyo to Dubai, then to LA, and I was having dinner with Bill at his place, and he goes, "So, Max, I have some news for you. At the premiere, I invited Mark." I'm like, "Mark? Who's Mark?" And he goes, "Oh, Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker." And I go, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't." So I will always be in debt to Bill for that. And Mark was such a cool dude. He actually cried. I remember sitting in front of him, and he cried at the end of the first episode and going, "Okay, now I know we have a pretty good show. If Mark Hamill can cry about this show, I know it's pretty good.
Wow.
So I was like, oh my, and Mark Hamill was such an amazing dude, like so kind. But I remember meeting him and being like, hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm a really big fan. Like, I'm getting giddy just thinking about that moment. It was so cool.
Well, isn't it great though when someone like Mark Hamill can watch your work and say, I love this, it made me cry? I mean, that's like the best thing when someone sees something that you've made, isn't it? When they tell you how much they like it.
Yeah, I mean, the two biggest kind of compliments that I've ever gotten were when Bill Mumy pulled me aside and said, I don't even know if Bill remembers this, but Bill, he goes, Max, I just have to say you're doing a great job as Will Robinson, and I couldn't be prouder. And I mean, that's when I was like, oh my God, he thinks I'm doing good. He thinks I'm doing good. So like that kind of was kind of a passing the torch moment for me.
Right.
And Bill will always be Will Robinson. He will always be the Will Robinson. But it's nice to know that I have his support. And then the other moment was when Mark Hamill cried at the end of the first episode.
That it's amazing. Now I gotta tell you, if knowing that you know Bill Mumy, have you ever watched his Twilight Zone episodes? He was in the original.
But I've seen all of these photos from him on that show, and I've met a few of his castmates and stuff like that.
You have to watch his episode called "It's a Good Life."
It's a Good Life.
Where It's a Good Life, where he plays let's just say, not a very nice kid.
Okay.
And it's only like 25 minutes long, but it's so, early golden age of the Twilight Zone ran from 59 to 64. So it's black and white.
Mm-hmm.
And like the first season, Lost in Space. And he is phenomenal. When you watch it, it's like, this is one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. And so that way you can talk to him about it because it's pretty famous you'll love it.
I just want, I know we're running short on time, but I just wanted to say, what was it like working on Star Trek? Like you were kind of a.
I was a documentarian, so I got to tell you what I did for the 25th anniversary of Star Trek. I got to sit down and interview the entire cast, the entire crew of the Enterprise D. Patrick Stewart. So I was.
Oh my God!
Moderating a roundtable conversation. I could barely. We were doing this in Calgary, up in Canada. I could barely speak. Oh yeah, it's great. It's beautiful, and I'm just sitting there because I did all the documentaries on the making of Star Trek: The Next Generation that were on the Blu-ray. So I had to sit down.
Oh, wow.
And these were long form documentaries. So I would sit down with each cast member for hours at a time and interview them. Wow. And then when we were going to do this, I said, we should get everybody together to have this roundtable conversation. And they're all like, well, you should host it. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm not an actor. I mean, I'm not. They're like, yeah, but you know everything about Star Trek. They'll love you. You've already been talking to them. And it was like, it was my little kid self that has been watching Star Trek my whole life. When I got to sit down, I'm like, oh my God. But I have to tell you, I did write and direct a movie that starred William Shatner called Free Enterprise. It's a comedy.
Oh my God.
And it was like William Shatner, Captain Kirk is my idol, and I had to sit down and compose myself and directing him and telling him what to do. And we could never tell him we were Star Trek fans because then he would think we were freaks and he wouldn't have taken it seriously. But he was amazing to work with. It was amazing to direct William Shatner. It was a dream come true. But another dream come true was meeting you, Max, because I love your show. And it was so much fun to talk to you. And I wish you all the best success. I can't wait to see your new movie. I was so honored when I saw your name, I'm like, oh, I'd love to talk to this guy. So your show is amazing. And I know we have to go now, but thank you very much for being on this show.
Thank you so much for having me. This was really amazing.
Thank you, Max and Robert. We cannot thank you both enough. I got to say, Max, you got the most views of entire Mainframe Comic Con. Your fan base is so loyal. So big shout out to all Max's fans who are in the chat.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. I couldn't be here without you guys. So I love you.
All right. Well, guys, we're going to keep this rolling right along. I got to do a couple of house cleaning things here real quick.
Great.
Sorry, guys. Our director had to step away for just 2 seconds, but I am so excited to announce our next guest here at Mainframe Comic Con. You know him as Deputy Dewey from the Scream film franchise. He played Luke Perry's friend Benny in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. The guy's IMDb reads like a Wikipedia for the 1990s. Give it up. Virtual hello to Mr. David Arquette. How you doing, Dave? We got you? I can see you, but I can't hear you, Mr. Arquette. Tell you what, David, why don't you try logging out and logging back in? All right, while David is logging out and logging back in, guys, I just want to remind you that Mainframe Comic Con is a 100% for charity telethon. So if you haven't had a chance to head on over to mainframecomiccon.com, not only can you see all the videos that we've shot all day today and all the stuff that we're going to be doing tomorrow, you're going to see donation buttons. So take a second, click on those donation buttons, and help us help those in need, guys. The COVID-19 relief charity telethons. Let me see if I got David right here. Include the Hero Initiative and Direct Relief, getting face masks and everything to people in need, people suffering from COVID-19 issues. So please go to mainframecomiccon.com, click the donate button, give what you can. We're going to give David another shot here. David, are you there?
Working.
You are working, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am great. I'm so glad to have you here on the show, man.
Thank you.
Wherever you are, looks sunny and beautiful.
It is. I'm in Los Angeles and the Valley.
It's freaking gorgeous, man. I mean, your career. I mean, there's so much stuff I want to talk to you about. To try to cram it into 30 minutes would be just an absolute exercise in futility. So we'll just kind of hang out and chat a little bit. But I don't want to bury the lead. Like, you don't get David Arquette this week in this place and not talk about a very special announcement that was made. I'd say about a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Scream 5. Scream 5 is happening, eh?
It is happening.
It's a real
That's
thing.
about all I can say.
Oh, no.
I don't know anything else. And we're kind of sworn to secrecy. The contract's very scary.
Really?
The contract is potentially more scary than Ghostface.
Well, I want to talk a little. Well, let's talk a little bit about just sort of the whole Scream franchise. Let's talk about Scream 4 then. And maybe it'll lean into Scream 5. I don't know. Whatever you might know. But Scream 4, I mean, obviously was Wes Craven's final directorial film. If you're the directors of Scream 5, man, what huge shoes they got to fill.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's incredible to carry on Wes's legacy. I want to see his work celebrated for eternity. I think he's just such a genius and was such a kind human being. He was such a mentor to me, and helped me incredibly. Like, I don't know if I'd be alive today for Wes. I mean, especially not in the Scream film, but just in general, he gave me a lot of like fatherly advice and directorial advice when I did my first film. He's just such a kind person. I can't speak higher of him. There's few people in your life who you meet. I met like Paul Rubens, Quincy Jones, Wes Craven, Ben DeBaldo, my high school drama teacher. You know, certain people that just make such an impression on you.
I mean, is there any one particular moment you can share? I just thought of something I want to go back on. But I mean, any one particular moment of mentorship on the set of Scream with Mr. Craven that you could share with our viewers?
Yeah, I mean, during Scream 2, my mother was dying. I was going through a really hard time, and Courtney and I were on the rocks, and he just kind of sat me down and gave me like a man-to-man talk where he was just saying, David, I know you're going through such a hard time, and shared some of his experience and said, but I think you got to get your stuff together and make it work with Courtney because she really loves you. And, it's just a sweet thing. My dad died shortly after my mom, and he was still there and helping, especially when it had anything to do with sort of directing or stuff like that. He was always there.
That sounds awesome. Well, you mentioned in passing just a second ago that your character in Scream, Dewey, would not have survived if it weren't for Wes Craven. People don't realize this. You were supposed to croak in Scream #1. Am I wrong?
That's right. Yeah, he threw me. He was like, I was there on the set, which is a pro move, by the way. Just if you're not in the scene, it's the final scene of a horror film, and there was a big massacre where you did die or potentially died, just show up on the set. Just sort of be there in costume. No, I think he called for me to be there, but he said, "Well, you know what, David? We're just gonna throw you in this one of these ambulances when it's coming out. And, you know, maybe the audience will know. Did he die? Did he not die?" I was like, "Oh, thank you, Wes." I can't think, they get all bloodied up. They put me in this thing and wheel me out. He says, "All right, let's do one more take, and not leave it quite as much of a question. Just kind of hold your hand up for something as you're going out. Just, I'm all right, folks." And then I did, and that's the one he used, and they brought me back. And not a lot of films you do. You end up at the end of the whole thing with a 16-year-old daughter.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, that's the kind of coolest thing about when life and art. And plus, my wife now is a former entertainment reporter for Entertainment Tonight. So I'm kind of, if I just shaved up and maybe found a small town to be the deputy.
Just life imitating art at its finest.
Exactly.
Thank you, Wes Craven, for that. I mean, going all the way back to Scream, there's tons of stuff I want to talk about, but I mean, the massive success that Scream 1 had on your career. I mean, can you put that into words? Because I mean, before that, you were obviously a very well-known name in the fandom community with Benny and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Your role in Airheads, which I want to talk about in a little bit, but it was Scream that really just like made you a household name. How can you put into words sort of the emphasis, that role had on your career?
I think it definitely got to my head by the time we were like going to do the premiere in London, because for some reason, like I think it was Scream 1, but the Friends whole cast was in London as well. They were filming there. They were doing like a couple episodes or something. So they had a premiere there, and I was gonna wear this completely see-through, like plexiglass. Do you know those old vans on old like murder vans, like the Psycho 70s vans? The back windows, sometimes they'd have these like decals that were like these see-through kind of. They were 3D, but they'd like make it like a little mirror or something.
Sure.
I don't know if you could kind of picture this spiral see-through thing. So I'm forgetting entirely what I'm talking about. But what was I talking about?
The boom of success after Scream 1 and going to the awards wearing a van. If I'm hearing you correctly,
material is what these pants and shirt were made of. It was insane. I put it on and I got all sweaty underneath, and I walked in to Courtney and Jennifer, and I said, "Do you guys, is this too crazy?" And I can't tell you, Jennifer, I cannot be serious right now. You cannot think you're going out in public. Like, where did you get that? What is that?
You're like, what?
Yeah, I was off my rocker. So yeah, it changes everything. You have to be really careful with success. It can or like celebrity. It can really mess with your head, and you do crazy stuff. At least I do. I don't know.
David, you're awesome,
that was
man.
A weird story, but I wanted to share it.
You're awesome, man. I love you to death,
thanks.
dude. You're so great. I was so excited when you agreed to do Mainframe Comic Con. But people, I mean, going back to Scream, man, people don't realize, people who weren't there when it came out, there was quite a lull in the horror genre pre-Scream, and then this movie comes out, written and directed by Wes Craven. It is a total throwback to the 70s and 80s slasher films, but done just insanely updated. What do you think? I mean, because you're a big horror guy. I mean, do you think Scream has got just this massive impact on where we're at now with horror movies?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Kevin Williamson, his script was so just, everything was on the page. You know what I mean? None of the other Screams after that had a complete script at the start. So the way he really constructed that one and the way Wes sort of brought it all together was really brilliant. and really did changed it in a way, like the whole meta thing where people, you're aware, like the world is aware of the world of cinema is interesting. And I don't know, just kind of, I love Comic-Con, Mainframe Comic Con, because you guys sort of understand all these different genres and all these different tracks. And I love how fans, so I've been wrestling for the past few years, and I did the movie Ready to Rumble, but I also like did Howard Stern, and I do horror movies like this. All of these fan groups, there's like crossover within them. So I don't know, it's really fun to start playing with that and seeing what is my fan base really? You know what I mean? Like how wide is it? I mean, I know I got an older woman fan base too.
I mean, yours is insanely wide. I mean, if you look at your IMDb, you got 139 acting credits, 146 separate credits. They're just David Arquette as David Arquette. I mean, you churn out like 10 projects a year. It's madness. How do you find the time?
Oh man, being an actor and just like it's really hard. My dad was a sort of a character actor, I guess you'd say. For 45 years, I just saw him struggle, and there's a lot of rejection in acting, and there's all these roller coasters too, and you have to really kind of have a huge heart and not take stuff personally to make it through all this stuff, and it's kind of impossible. It's why I try to do other things, like produce stuff, or I have my nightclub Bootsy Bellows, and we're doing different. We have started a documentary company called XTR with Bryn Mooser, and you have to do different things, because if you just wait around for parts or you audition, I'm not a great auditioner, so I typically get stuff either from past work or having worked with someone else or whatever, they saw me something.
Do you really? Do you even have to audition for things anymore? I mean, you're David Arquette,
pretty much
man.
all auditions, not
Really?
for Scream, thank goodness.
They're not going to recast the role of Dewey.
My friend who does the voice on Rugrats had auditions for her old role, so I don't know.
That's hilarious. Well, we got something from Asian Funk Comics. Good question, Asian Funk. Like, oh no, he said wear that to the premiere. he's harkening back to your outfit. Never mind.
Oh,
so pretty buddy.
I'll wear my cloud shirt and my weird quarantine beard.
Yeah, wear your van window get up. So I want to read.
Oh, nice. Oh God, yeah, that thing's retired.
So you talk about the fandom and your fandom community. Obviously, I mean, we were just talking about you've got this huge following. But I mean, I want to read a couple of horror quotes that I came across. A couple of David Arquette horror quotes. I thought I'd read them to you and see if you could expound on them just a tad. One time you wrote, "I can relate more to people at a horror convention than I can most Hollywood executives. They're more passionate." What do you think about that comment? Like, can you expound on that a tad?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of I don't know. I hate to generalize or anything, but you never know how an executive gets to their place. And creatives are a different breed. And I find that a lot of the fans are actually more on the creative side and understand story and really take it to heart. And on a level that I can't even grasp. I need like a director to walk me through, a writer to really explain some of the, just the structure and history and the future, what the series is going to do. So I don't know. I think there should be more companies that kind of do some sort of fan development,
Yeah.
and then let them pick the stuff. It's so
well. It's funny because we just saw that with. I think I might have lost you. There he is. It's just we just saw that with Sonic the Hedgehog, man, where the fans kind of drive the boat a little bit. Sonic came out.
Right.
The fans didn't like the way it looked. They petitioned and then they rewrote the movie. So that it doesn't happen often, but sometimes the execs do listen to what the fans want.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, that's the whole kind of game. I mean, I try to do stuff that I enjoy and I think's good, and I think fans will enjoy. But you don't always know, and you don't always know when the pieces come together if it's going to be a quality project or something that's just kind of waiting to finish it with the honor.
Well, speaking of fans, we got a lot of comments I'm going to try to get through. This, I believe, I can read this far away. It comes from Agile Bear. 20 years, spoiler alert. Were you mad that they made you the killer in Scary Movie?
No, I'd always kind of wanted to be the killer. I think it's fun to sort of play a killer. Although I played a killer a couple of times. You go to real dark places. You have to think about really horrible stuff. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting older. I just want to do kind of really fun, silly stuff, like really like light and just cheer up the world rather than the sort of.
That's so
dark.
funny.
I'm getting over darkness.
We just had Jeff Garlin on a few minutes ago, and he said something very, very similar to that. He just said, I choose projects based on joy and happiness more now than I do with money in my old age. It's like, am I going to do something that's going to make me a happier person, or am I going to do something just for the buck?
Right. Yeah, well, that's sort of the whole indie world game. I mean, I have a few like really movies that I'm really proud of. A movie called Mope coming out soon. That's really incredible. A movie called The Miseducation of Bindu. A movie called Dr. Bird's Advice to Sad Poets. And these are just a few examples of like really sweet small films. You don't do them for the money, you do them for the heart and for the project and for the directors and for the sort of team. And it's really fun when it pays off and you have some beautiful piece of art you're a part of,
Well, we got a ton of people that want to ask you about your wrestling career, because a lot of people might not know that. Fans of your movies may not know what a huge wrestling buff you are. BA in the house writes, who was your first and favorite wrestler you remember meeting?
Ooh, Andre the Giant, and I just met him by tapping his back, but I saw him at the LA Sports Arena, and it just sort of changed my brain about like what a crazy world. Although I was a huge Hulk maniac, so even though I just couldn't help myself that I wanted to touch the Giant, so that had a huge impact on me. So just so people know, I did a documentary that sort of followed me for the past 3 years in wrestling and the independent circuit, because I did a movie called Ready to Rumble 20 years ago, and to promote it, they had made me the WCW champion, and everybody got really upset about that. So for 20 years, I'd kind of been the butt of all the jokes, and I wanted to go back and sort of prove myself. And through the experience, I had this crazy journey that everyone could go on coming in August, hopefully. It's being released by a company called Super Limited. It's the boutique brand below Neon. So it's a really great group that we're really excited to be a part of.
Well, Captain J10 asks very appropriately, Ready to Rumble sequel or a reboot?
I would love to. Me and Liv from WWE were joking on like Twitter. I'd say, I'd play your dad. You can come back as my son. I mean, my daughter. What do I think? And that could be the sequel. But I couldn't even get Scott Conn to be in my wrestling documentary, so I don't know if he'd do it. I would love to see Oliver Platt come back as Jimmy King. I don't know. That would be hilarious. I think people have caught up to like the silliness, like the tone in which that film was made, because when it first came out, people were kind of like, but it sort of, I think it grew an audience.
Well, let's see what you think about this. Angel Bear is right back, said, if you could only save one of them from Ghostface, Gail or Sydney, which one would you save? And which one's gonna bite the dust?
It would have to be Gail. I'm sorry.
I mean, obviously, right?
Sydney. I mean, obviously, just because like when she's not Gail, she's Courtney Cox, and she's the mother of my 16-year-old daughter. So I don't know. Does that have an impact on the fictional character's decision?
Well, here we go.
No, I don't know. But if it was Dewey, I think I don't know. If it were Dewey making the decision,
question.
Probably be Nev, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I saw that
Nev's like his little sister, and he'd want to protect her like he didn't his sister.
I saw Nev's rumored on IMDb for Scream 5. I know you can't talk about it, but wouldn't that be amazing? Yeah. Wouldn't that be great? Just imagine a world.
if I were in jail for saying something.
Right. Yeah, no, we're not. I don't want you to trip up any non-disclosure. But I want to talk to you a little bit about documentaries, because you do that one documentary, You Can't Kill David Arquette. What can you tell people about this award-winning documentary?
Oh yeah, it did win an award. We
It won an
Best,
award.
editing in South by Southwest, although the festival's canceled this year. But that was really exciting. Parallax is an incredible company, and David Darg, the director, with James Price, an editor. So let me see. What can I tell you? It's sort of a journey to redemption. I'm trying to sort of clear my name, but really, honestly, it's a love letter to wrestling. I'd always loved wrestling, and I lost touch with it for a long time. Then I read, Ready to Rumble, and like 6 pages in, Macho Man Randy Savage. I said, wait, am I going to be able to be in a scene with Macho Man Randy Savage? And I just totally became a kid again, and then fell back in love with it, and then got involved in it, and then they hated me, and then I had this like hidden relationship with it. Watch it secretly, or I'd get mad at it and not watch it for a while. But so I wanted to be able to love wrestling again and sort of embrace it, and there were some people that were coming up that were kind of more my size than they used to be. Like, it used to just be sort of giants. So now there are people more my size, even being champions, so it wouldn't be so crazy. And I always wanted to learn. And I had sort of some health issues, so I had to lose a bunch of weight, and I knew. And when I was going through this health issue moment, I was I could die. I mean, there was a chance of something bad could happen. And I'm thinking about wrestling. I'm like, I thought, I've had a good life. My wife loves me. My kids love me. I don't really have any enemies. I love my friends and family. So, I mean, had a successful life or whatever. But what about that wrestling? I was like, why am I thinking about wrestling?
How much is enough, David?
Time in my life. And then so when I had to lose weight and everything, I just got the idea to film it and sort of train and really sort of just try to prove myself.
Wow.
I didn't want people to bully me. I didn't want them to write the ending to the story. I kind of got framed as this wuss actor, and I was like, well, that's not really who I am anyway.
Yeah, well, we got another question from a super fan here, Joshua Palace. He writes, David, super huge fan. You are brilliant in the gray zone. What do you find more challenging, intense drama or comedy, which you are infinitely great at both?
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. I love doing the gray zone. That was a really incredible film. Tim Blake Nelson is an amazing actor and director, and he directed that and wrote it, and gave me an opportunity because, I got to work with Harvey Keitel and Steve Buscemi, just incredible actors. Mira Sorvino. And I just I don't know, it was really fun. It was really hard though. You read so many Holocaust kind of books, and Man's Search for Meaning is an incredible book that I read during that time period. But I don't know. I love doing comedy. I like laughing. I like, my whole goal after this is work with people I love, do things that I think the fans will really enjoy and have fun with and can laugh at. And I don't know, just work with people. I love.
We got another question from Cindy Heyer, who writes, what inspired you to do The Tripper?
Well, I'd always loved horror movies. Some of my earliest memories were seeing Halloween for the first time and Friday the 13th, and Nightmare on Elm Street. So I'd always watched Wes when he'd do his stuff, and I'd always wanted to direct. I'd always sort of done little things. So it was inspired by when I was a kid, sort of when Reagan was president. Over the course of a week, homeless people were everywhere, crazy people you'd never seen like this before. And I don't mean to say crazy people, but as a kid, that's what I was like, what's going on? And he literally opened up a bunch of insane asylums. I guess that's probably a bad term now, but mental hospitals and let people out on the streets without any help or any protection. So that always stuck with me. And then I don't know, I like the idea of political satire in a horror film. I don't know, and like a slasher B movie, like really do like all the exploitation but then also use it for like a political satire, but not really take a side, just make it like this whole world's crazy anyway.
Well, I think we got time for one more question, and this one comes from me, and this one comes from the heart, and I want you to dig deep in your soul for this one. Who came up with the idea for the Clydesdale scale? And where'd that come from? For those of you, and explain to the Clydesdale scale, if you don't mind, to some people.
I'm not even sure what the Clydesdale scale is anymore. I remember it was in the script. I didn't make that up. So somebody threw it at me.
So somebody was smoking when they were writing the script to Airheads.
Oh, the script to Airheads was really like the last of like these kind of films where they used to do them a lot more. I mean, now groups of them do them, like Adam Sandler's group does them, or certain groups do them, but they don't do them like they used to. And it used to just sort of bring all these amazingly fun comedic actors all together, and then you're just sitting there for a good month or two, just like locked up in a room, just cracking jokes. It was just kind of funny. One of my first lines was, it was like, "You guys are all crazy and shit." Is what
You guys are all woohoo and shit.
Yeah. So that's what I turned it into. I was like, I think it'd be funny if you could hardly understand what this guy's saying. I'm always like, because I'm a mumbler anyway. I'm just mumble. So I always try to find something interesting in someone's voice or whatever their like personality that'll bring some kind of weird speech pattern out.
Awesome. Well, David, we can't thank you enough for coming here on Mainframe Comic Con 2.0, or as we like to call it, Mainframe 2 Electric Boogaloo. Next time we have this, man, you gotta come on.
Boogaloo Shrimp.
I barely scratched the surface of the questions I want to talk to you. So thanks so much for being here. Where can people find you if they want more information?
Just at David Arquette on Twitter and Instagram. I don't know what else.
Awesome, guys. Well, find David online. He is awesome. This was the funnest time I've had this whole time, man.
Thanks, guys.
So you're all woohoo and shit.
Yeah, you're crazy, bro.
All right, David. Well, guys, stick around. We got one more panel left of the day. So hang around right after this commercial break, and we're going to talk Star Wars. So stick around and see you in a minute.
Do you feel left out when your friends discuss popular culture? Do you prefer to avoid social interaction altogether? Do you sometimes run from ghosts or apparitions in wide open fields, or move unnecessarily slowly for no apparent reason? Ask your doctor if the Chumcast is right for you. We inject all of the latest information directly into your bloodstream. Side effects include not knowing where the hell you are, occasional laughter, excessive flatulence, nausea and loss of balance, forgetting where you put your leftover hot dog, gross coughing in public places, wild flailing of your extremities, dissociative or multiple personality disorder, and believing that your parents were murdered in a dark alley.
At this Jordan. This is dead centered. This is dead centered. Have you seen what 9s are going for in the 88 Fleer All-Star? This is a dead center Jordan. Fire, man. Last week you pulled a Jordan and a nice Rodman. Now you got a Pippen. The trifecta.
All right, guys, we are ready to talk some Star Wars. Before we get into our final panel of the day, just a reminder, Mainframe Comic Con kicks off tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. We've got tons more panels coming on tomorrow, so please join us for that. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit of Star Wars with our host extraordinaire, Mr. Ken Nabsock. Ken, how's it going, man?
Chuck, it's great to be here. It's going as good as it can be right now. It's good to be here to raise some attention awareness for the COVID-19 relief and all that good stuff, but also here to kind of have a fun distraction, talk some Star Wars.
Yeah, well, I'm going to let you have it and introduce our final guest of the convention. Ken, take it away, man.
Yeah, I am very honored to be here today with author, actor, comic book writer. He is also an Emmy Award winner, and he just had a great book called The Force Collector, out in November, part of the Journey to the Rise of Skywalker series. Please welcome to Mainframe Comic Con 2.0, Kevin Shenick.
Hello, hello.
Kevin, how are you doing today, man?
I'm doing great, thanks. How are you doing?
I am good. I am good. Yes, a lot of things going around in the world, but it's fun to sometimes just kind of talk about things like Star Wars, which contain big, important messages. And Kevin, that's where I really want to start. We're going to take questions from the audience there in live chat, a lot of things. But I want to dive right in because you've worked a lot in Star Wars on all sides of it, whether it be Robot Chicken, Star Wars Detours. We got Chewie and the Porgs. I want to talk about Force Collector, and how did you start to approach that journey into that series? Nope. We lost him.
We lost Kevin, but he's coming on really soon. I think his Wi-Fi just probably crapped out on him.
We are all broadcasting from our closets, our living rooms, our cars, and we're trying to put it all together. So
we're doing the best we absolutely can. So while we wait for him to come back, Ken,
yeah,
how'd you like Star Wars Episode 9, my man?
I think it's a wonderful, wonky, crazy spiritual journey, and I was one of the ones that just absolutely bought in and loved it, without questions and problems. I think every Star Wars movies present those kind of fun challenges, but I'm right there with it.
Let's just chat a little bit about Star Wars, man. Big news from Mandalorian this past few weeks, huh? We got some serious casting announcements that were just dropped. What are you most excited about coming up in Mandalorian Season 2?
I'm excited to see where they can continue the emotional journey of that character, the Mandalorian, and how it might tie into the other things. If any of these rumored castings are true, or the characters, you can have a lot of fun. It's not just about bringing Boba Fett back; it's why and connecting to his journey and self discovery and identity and all those kind of things. A lot of potentially deep stuff and some fun, cool stuff, which is part of the balance of Star Wars.
What do you think the chances are that Ahsoka Tano is going to be in more than just one episode, or you think it's going to be sort of a one and done?
I think potentially the way the series has kind of gone, I would think maybe one or two and done, and have a bigger picture and a bigger plan. If that's the case, it's a big challenge. This would be the first big giant animated kind of crossover. There's been other characters and other things, but this would be a big one. So there'd be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting for Kevin to come back. It's interesting times we're living in here in the online streaming game. What are you doing? What are you doing? You keeping yourself busy here?
Just working, broadcasting from home. I've been, fortunate to have been working from home for the last 2 years, so was slightly ahead of some of the curves when we had to go inside and be locked down. So that's just kind of what I've been concentrating on. Is this. Not to take if I'm to take one small morsel of good out of this, it was like let me do some things I've been meaning to do career wise now that I have to because I'm home.
Well, hey, look who it is.
Hey. Well, I don't know what happened. The world is coming to an end everywhere we look.
Hey,
yeah.
we abide.
It's all right. Hey, Kevin, welcome to this. Thank you for taking the time out. What I was getting at here is you've worked in a lot of different areas of Star Wars that I really love. The Star Wars Detours, Robot Chicken, which has to do with parody and also laughing with Star Wars, and that's part of the connective journey. I want to start though with Force Collector, and even Chewie and the Porgs. When you're writing something that is Star Wars canon now, which sometimes there's great importance put on it, and it never should be put in front of the story, but when you as a fan sitting down going, all right, I'm entering something into the Star Wars history books, Do you feel that, or do you just have to go with what you know?
You know what? It's not even. I try not to put that pressure on me, but I will say everything I do, I approach as an audience member or as a reader. You know, so I know what's going to make me want to pick this up. What's going to make me laugh? What do I want to see? And you know, we'll get into the book, but it's so funny. You quickly find, or you have to stop yourself and be like, because you know, as you just said, I can talk Star Wars with the best of them. You know what I mean? But it's like, am I writing this book for me, or am I writing this book for a wide audience? You know, and we can all go down the rabbit hole and have fun, but since it is canon, and since you do want to, you know, get to the most universal crowd as you can, you know, I don't put that kind of pressure on myself until afterwards. And then I think, oh my God, that's amazing. Look what they're doing.
What did I just add to the story? That's got to be
exactly.
Force Collector follows Karduk Sin, which is a teenager in the Star Wars world. He goes around, and through him, we kind of his force powers that he discovers. He kind of goes back, learns a lot of the stories. So, first of all, how do you, as an author, approach the nature of the Force, which is pretty big? George had some opinions on it. How do you start with that?
Well, you know, Star Wars, I mean, the Force is a religion, but Star Wars is a religion, as you and I both know. And it was really about starting with what was going to interest me as a reader, and saying to Lucasfilm Publishing, like, these are my ideas. Do they interest you as well? And luckily, they were very much in line, because I wanted to, this goes back to almost like in Force Awakens, when Rey says to Han Solo, like, these Jedi, we thought they were myths, and he's like, it's all true. I thought to myself, why do they not know that's true? I mean, this is a historic battle. This is their history. Why do they think these are myths and not, you know, legitimate history? And I thought to myself, putting it in our own terms, I was like, well, look at us with any of our wars, World War II, you know, we know who the players were, and we know who won. But other than that, you know, we don't, there's a lot of specifics we don't know. And sometimes a story like Dunkirk or Schindler's List or Glory or something comes out, and you're like, oh, there's so much I don't know about this one topic, that I thought it'd be interesting to approach the Force and Star Wars from someone's point of view in that galaxy, who probably knows less about it than you and I, because they haven't seen the movies.
Right. We're on the outside looking in, going, "Oh, Luke did this." Yeah, one of my favorite lines in Force Awakens is Rey saying, "Luke Skywalker, I thought he was a myth."
Yeah,
just the power of that, and you get to revisit through this story, through Car's story. You get to revisit places like Utapau, Jakku, because this is leading into the rise of Skywalker. So we're a little bit past the events of Force Awakens. Takodana, a lot of these places. How fun was it for you to do what you just did? Discover some of the stories in those moments that you probably have known for years as a Star Wars fan.
Yeah, it was really great because, like I said, not knowing, and for those who don't know what the novel's about, and I'll hold it up so you can all see it. There you go.
Yeah.
It's about this young boy who's like 17, 16, who gets these massive headaches and doesn't know why. And they're so painful that he passes out, but not before they show him visions of people and things he doesn't know what they are. And so, you know, his whole family is like, you know, geez, maybe you have a brain tumor or something. But his grandmother is the one who's like, no, I think you have the Force. I think you just don't know how to use it. And this is all new to him. The Force, the Jedi, it's, you know, he knows none of it. He's on the outskirts of the galaxy. And so when she tells him all that she knows, he's kind of like, well, you know, all the Jedi are dead. Who's going to train me? And she's kind of like, well, treat life as your master. Go out into the world, because what happens is his power is when he touches an object, it shows him a vision of that object's past. And so she basically says to him, go out in the world and find objects that the Jedi may have touched, and maybe that tutorial can teach you how to become a Jedi or what your place in is the world. So to go to all those great places was amazing because, again, I kind of treat it like a little mystery of trying to piece together what is Star Wars and who are the Jedi. And so it's a little Citizen Kane if you think about it. You know, Citizen Kane was trying to figure out, you know, what is Rosebud? And Carr is trying to figure out who are the Jedi, what is the Force, and what is my place in this whole galaxy. So the more places we would get to go to, the better it was.
And like with any great Star Wars story, you can break it on down to these core things, and it's his journey of self-discovery and finding his place in the galaxy. How fun is it, and do you feel the importance of writing for, this is what marketed as a middle grade reader or a junior novel, and those are kind of weird terms to just marketing terms sometimes, but as an author, you're still telling this powerful Star Wars story, and in a way breaking it down to the core for what George wanted to do. I want to give 12-year-old a guide through life, writing his journey of self-discovery through these wonderful Star Wars tools. Any different approach? You just approach it as an earthly story?
No, I'll be honest with you. I mean, you're right. It's marketed as a young adult novel, but I don't know if I would have written it any differently. I mean, we treat the dialogue a little lighter at times, but if you think about it, A New Hope, our first entry into Star Wars, is really a young adult story.
Yes.
It's about Luke, and he's like 16 or 17, and he's going out in the world. And so it wasn't such a challenge for me, because I thought, well, that's what I'm trying to capture. That's what I'm trying to get back to. And you're right. I had the great privilege of working literally alongside George, as you said, on Star Wars Detours. Yeah. I always joke that I was up there for a number of weeks, and I'm so glad, because for the first two, he wasn't real. He would speak, but I wouldn't hear. I keep thinking you made Star Wars. So, but eventually he becomes human, right, and you get these great conversations. And as you said, he says that very same thing. He's like, if you get them between 6 and 15, you've got them for life.
Yeah, it's that journey there. It's that thing. Yeah, George, I ran past him once. I brushed up against him at the Grove in Hollywood one time, and I was like, that's enough for me. I can't do any more. I can only imagine sitting across from him working on.
Funny, Ken, is he brought that up, that he brushed by you at the Grove. He couldn't get over it.
He felt it. He felt the
vibe. He was too nervous to say hello to you, but he definitely realized who you were.
Understood. I want to come back to Detours, Robot Chicken, and we could do 2 hours on Detours. It's a whole nother show. There's some stuff behind that, but Shauna's got a great question. Is it scary professionally playing in the Star Wars universe sandbox, afraid of what fans will think of your work? It's hard not to ignore that kind of aspect right now. So Kevin, you've done it. How do you approach that? Do you fear that? You can't have fear, right? Yoda would.
Well, what's so funny is you're right. I mean, my career, I've worked with a lot of IP, Spider-Man, Mad Magazine, Robot Chicken pokes fun at all the parodies in the world. No one is going to love everything you do. In many ways, you're always ruining someone's childhood. You know what I mean? When you mess with these things. But I try not to think about it. I try and think, well, what's gonna make me happy? Meaning, if I can do a story that I think can hold up and is worthy of this galaxy, then I'm going to do the best I can to get it out there. And George is a perfect example, to bring it back to him. We forget at times that George, at his core, is an independent experimental filmmaker. Now we applaud him because he succeeds in our eyes so often. But if he doesn't meet our expectations, all of a sudden we're like, oh, you ruined blah, blah, blah. When really his objective is not to always give us what we want, but in some ways give us what we need. I mean, we look back now that we've had the Disney trilogy and the prequels and the original, and it's like The Mandalorian. When you look at that world, I mean, think about how much. I can't think of another franchise that has such scope and has such world building. I mean, we take it for granted now because we can point to Jakku, we can point to the Clone Wars, and we all know it. That's the other thing in writing this book, Ken, which is interesting, was to remind myself what the average person knew and what I knew. And at times I would be wrong. Like I would think like, oh yeah, in Return of the Revenge of the Sith, we learned, Order 66, and we know that all the clone troopers were had little chips in them, so they had to follow. And you go back and it's like, oh wait, no, that's not there. I mean, they turned on them, but there's nothing about the chip. There's nothing. That's all in the Clone Wars. That's in books. It's in comics. And it's just funny to see, thanks to George, the scope of that entire universe, And so to get to your original question is like, it's daunting, but it's fun. You can't let critics stop what you do, because I will find you 10 people who love this book and 10 people who hate this book. It's just the odds. So you're not writing for any. You got to write for what you think you would like.
I think that's a smart way to approach, because that's what George did, and we are in this era. You and I are of a certain generation of Star Wars fan who was there in a theater in '99 with a huge set of expectations. But to see the different generations who enter Star Wars at different points, I love hearing those points of view. Attack Clones was my first time in the theater. Clone Wars cartoon. So revisiting that kind of stuff and having the chance to with this character, the car is kind of that. He has a different entry point into Star Wars than you or I. How fun was that? Did you have specific fun moments that you're like, oh man, like you mentioned the Clone War or the
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You were just excited to get to?
I was. In fact, in writing the outline and stuff, it was like a beautiful mind. I had these cards and these deep holes, and that's when I said I had to pare it down. But really what I wanted to capture, and I've said this before, but I think it's important, when Star Wars came out in '77, about a month before, they started showing teasers. And I was a young kid, but I still remember seeing these images. And they blew my mind, but as you know, it's a teaser. You can't quite put to what am I looking at? And so I in my mind, it was about this guy in black who kidnapped a princess, and I thought he lived in the desert in a castle that was guarded by sand people and all this crazy stuff. But in writing this book, I kept thinking, well, how can I capture that? How can I capture piecing together what Star Wars is when it is everywhere nowadays and everybody knows it? And getting back to what we said, it's like, I had to go back to someone who lives in that galaxy to be able to rediscover what Star Wars is all about, because for whatever reason he didn't know.
Yeah, it's so interesting that even now, as Star Wars fans who've been around the block, it's like when we grew up just being like, yeah, Vader was Luke's father and Leia's father, and he got him. And then Claudia Gray in her Bloodline novel, it's revealed, no, really like 4 people knew that.
I know. It's so true. It really is true. I mean, that's what's great about those. I forget Dark Lord or one of the Darth Vader novels. It's kind of like there's that moment where Darth Vader shows up in the storyline, and there are people from that time who are like, who's this guy? The Jedi are killed, and this guy's and it reminded me of like, the things we take for granted. Like, he wasn't always there. You know what I mean? He just showed up, and people, even at that time in the set, who's this scary guy? And it's just funny to approach it in very human terms.
And those are storytelling opportunities for you there.
Yeah.
I want to switch a little bit. I love that I have this opportunity with you, because the stuff on Robot Chicken, the great Star Wars parody stuff there, and then what you were working with on Detours, which again, separate conference. Will it ever see the light of day? All those big questions. I'm not here for necessarily that.
No, good.
It is writing comedy, Star Wars parody, and in this era where I'm viewed as like a positive Star Wars fan who wants to discuss the themes and the connections, the emotional canons, but even I find myself defensive and forgetting that part of the joy of Star Wars is those shared jokes, the playground stuff. And I felt Robot Chicken when they talk Star Wars. That was me and my friends, and that's why it works so much. Can you talk about remembering to have fun with Star Wars?
Absolutely. I mean, the funny thing about Robot Chicken too is we will try to get out the first draft of the jokes that everybody's going to make. You know what I mean? Oh, yes, C-3PO is effeminate. Oh, how funny. Let's get rid of those. And the great thing about that show is we'll do a joke that we think maybe 5 people will get, because we know those 5 people will be like, oh my God, they get it, And so, whether it's Force Collector or Robot Chicken, we got to remember that Star Wars didn't only introduce us to this whole new world, but it brought us such joy. And it's not an accident. It's called A New Hope, because it carried hope. It carried a lightness to it. And it, like I said, it goes back to joy. And so what's great about that is it's a common denominator for millions of people, let alone generations. So to tap into that joy, to find that comedy, and it's really a comedy found in recognition. Whether it's recognition of a specific scene or recognition in foibles of our own that we now see on these classic characters, that's what we do best at Robot Chicken, is either show you a scene that you think may have existed or continue the scene beyond when the director called cut. And a lot of times it's a very human approach to something. And so, I think it is important to find the humor in Star Wars. And that was George's whole idea with Detours. He saw us doing it at Robot Chicken. He saw McFarlane doing it with Family Guy, and he was like, I want in on this.
Well, look, I grew up loving Hardware Wars just as much as Star Wars.
Absolutely. No, I know. I know.
And that's part of a shared connective. If you run into someone, and I remember in high school, a friend of mine, we made a joke about Augie Ben Doggy, and we're like, Hardware Wars. Like, yeah. So in the writer's room, when you're putting together some stuff, I know you guys did some great material, like around Prune Face. Ori Marco, we know him in canon now, but he was Prune Face, and I thought only I knew that.
That's exactly right.
Was there moments in the writer's room where you all connected over like, oh?
Totally. We'll all be like, and you think, oh, I'm the only guy who noticed, and then 8 other people are like, no, of course, that's so obvious, and you're like, oh yeah, I guess that is. But even being able to relate over, I worked on the show Mad, which was Mad Magazine brought to life in animated form, and we would even bond on the character of Oldie Von Moldy, which was Obi-Wan Kenobi in Mad. It was such a unifier.
I love that. It's powerful. We do have a question here from Joshua in the live chat here. It says, Kevin, love your work. Would you ever go back to Broadway as an actor with your own original play? Yeah, you have an extensive resume, Kevin.
I do, and thank you for bringing that up. It's so funny because I had this conversation not 2 days ago where I said, I would love to go back to Broadway and do something there, if anyone's listening. But the truth of the matter is, I think I'm probably going to have to write something and put myself in it at this point. But that is something that is on one of my lists because I do have an idea and I think it'd be great to go back there because my life is almost in chapters. And that was right out of college. I was fortunate enough to do about 6 Broadway shows. And it's such a special group of people. And it's just a certain amount of blocks, as you know. And I would love to get back to that. So thanks for even knowing that I did that.
I don't know if this even connects, but in my mind, so you got a chance to be on Broadway. When you grow up, you hear about their songs on Broadway, and then you're also in front of George Lucas working on Star Wars stuff. What surreal moments, both of them, did you have those out-of-body experiences when you come out of a theater and you're just like, I just was on Broadway?
Absolutely. I was very fortunate to have a professor in college who was constantly saying, stop for a moment and look around and realize, when will we have this again? And it may never happen again. If you're lucky, it will, but it's like, take advantage and just breathe it in. And, on both those, working on Broadway, I was, again, I say this for the surrealness of it, but my first Broadway show, I got cast in a production of Anton Chekhov's The Seagull. All right. And it wound up being Ethan Hawke, Laura Linney, John Voight, Tyne Daly, Tony Roberts, my friend Danny Burstein, and essentially me. I felt as if I had won a walk-on in an auction. You know what I mean? And so that was so surreal. And then getting back to the Star Wars of it all, there was nothing more surreal and joyful of sitting in a theater at Skywalker Ranch and hearing George laughing at the jokes that you wrote. You know what I mean? Like, you got something in, you're like, it's a moment I focus on.
Yeah. You have to take those wins in life. You have
to. That first question about the criticism online and stuff. This is a tough time to be in. You know what I mean? It's a very vulnerable thing to put yourself out there in any form of life. But that's why you've got to. I don't want to say get a hard shell because you want to still be vulnerable. But you've got to do it for the right reasons and try and, like I said, with everything I do, I have a vision. And if I brought that vision to life as I saw it, then I consider it a success.
Yeah, I think that's a great message, no matter where you're creating or what you're doing. It's not necessarily that you're just sitting down and write a play. You're opening up a business. You could be
say all of that. It's a business. It's funny. My dad is a very all business guy. He teaches business at a college. He does all this stuff. I remember early on thinking like, oh, he has no passion. I'm the creative one, until like a family member pointed out like, no, business is his passion. And it like blew my mind in junior high, like business can be a passion, but we all have it. We just have to find what really sparks it for us.
Yeah, which is part of the Star Wars journey, part of what you were touching on in Force Collector. You talk about Star Wars and joy. I could not sit with you this long and not bring up not only just one of my favorite Star Wars pieces of material, but one of my favorite titles that I sang on podcasts for a while, Chewie and the Porgs. You got to write this wonderful book, man. Talk about the Porgs.
I'm going to hold that one up too, because Fiona did such beautiful artwork on this. I have to hold it up. this was such a delight to write and talk about, like you said, writing something that becomes canon. I did these little fun things in there of like Wookiee fun facts. And now I find them showing up in other books of Lucasfilms. Like there are other Wookiee fun facts. And I'm like, wow, that started here.
How did you come up with these facts? If it's on you, if you have that power. I mean, we grew up Chewbacca, man. We Tarful from the prequels, he's there too. But
yeah,
Chewbacca, man. You got some Wookiee fun fact power. How do you even approach that, Kevin?
Come on, I think if there's anybody we all know well, it's Chewie. So I think it's not a far, fetch to say I know who he is, or we can figure out what his fun facts are. But he does have a heart of gold, which is the message of that book.
He's the galaxy's best friend, man. Like
it's true, he really is.
In writing some of these materials that are part of the Journey to movies 8 and 9, and also with the video game. So it was interesting to just doing some research on your Prep for Force Collector of, there was other things that might have been similar. The Fallen Order thing, the power of, what is it? Psychometry is, I think, the actual term.
Psychometry, yeah.
Psychometry. That sounds like a class I failed.
It's another thing.
Yeah. So that you do have to connect to the bigger picture. How did that feel? How did you approach that? Again, I know you probably don't worry about that while you're telling the story, but how did that all come about and work out for you?
Well, you're very fortunate when you work with Lucasfilm in that they have what's called Story Group, which is your own little Jedi council, and they know what's happening in every reaches of the galaxy regarding Star Wars. So you go off and you write your stuff, and you hand it in, and they can say yes or no. And that gets frustrating at times. You're like, they're like, we want you to stay away from so-and-so. They never tell you why. Yeah. But the biggest challenge that happened to me was they asked me to write this in what I thought was a record time. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I kill myself to do it. I get it into them on time. And they call me and they say, we have a problem we didn't foresee happening. And I said, what? They said, well, somehow, without knowing it, you inadvertently wrote a big section of episode 9, which had yet to come out. And I was like, well, you've got me on the wrong gig. I should be working on that then. And we all laughed, and then they were like, yeah, anyway, you got to change yours. So it's good to have them, but it's like having a little referee in there saying, nope, you're going too far. Stay away from this, do that. So I don't know. It was fun, and I'm glad I had their guidance.
Kevin, did at any point you say, well, let me have JJ's number. Let me talk to him. See if I can.
Absolutely. I tried to friend him on Facebook. No, I didn't.
We are about out of time. Kevin, it's wonderful to talk to you. I love a good Star Wars story. Tell them where they can find you and if they want to get a copy of Force Collector. And also on your website, you have something interesting. I wrote down, I want to make a note of the Jedi Writing Challenge. Connected to some future stories.
We did do that during COVID. It just ended recently, but we put a challenge out to early grades of school to try and tell us about their favorite characters and to write about it at a certain length. And we've got a number of great winners and a lot of talented writers out there. So it really made me happy.
That's part of the Star Wars spirit. Thanks.
Anyway, you can follow me at Kevin Shinnick on either Instagram or Twitter, and at kevinshinnick.com.
Outstanding. All of you should do it. Chuck, thanks for stopping.
Man, I just want to thank both of you guys for coming on Mainframe today. What a fun, you can't have a virtual con and not talk Star Wars.
Come on, you can't.
Got
it. We're going to have a virtual drink after this, I think.
We're way ahead of you.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Kevin, Ken, thank you so much. Ken, where can people find you? Obviously, I see you right there at Ken Knapsack.
Yeah, you can do that. You can go to kenknapsack.com for all of my silly little podcast and writing adventures as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys both. Quick message to everybody before we wrap up day 1 of Mainframe Comic Con. Day 2 kicks off tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. That's right, 10 o'clock in the morning. So we got a whole nother bevy of guests coming and joining us here at Mainframe tomorrow. So we hope you guys can check it out at mainframecomiccon.com. If you haven't done it yet, go to Mainframe Comic Con, click the donate button, give what you can for COVID-19 relief. It's the reason we're doing all of this. And guys, we will see you here tomorrow at mainframecomiccon.com. Have a fantastic day.